Rock, rock-a-bye, please don't you cry. It's not your fault you had that strange eye. Stay safe with mommy, you'll never fall. And we'll always love you, show fingers and rock-a-bye, please don't you cry. It's not your fault you have that strange eyes. Stay safe with mommy, you'll never fall. We will always love you.
I love this
Wake up in
song.
the morning, got my clothes in my hand. About to snap some moving licks, I get my man. Before I leave, grab myself a slime to help me relax. But if I see another troll, I'll drop them dead in their tracks. I'm talking with my home pals in tow, trying to feel my nose, motherfucking miracles. Bring it down to your knees, because of my high ancestry, motherfucker, my name is Ganzi. Run, peasant blood, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Tonight, I'm alright, and I'm out of silver pie. Hong Kong, I will bonk your brains out onto the floor, yeah. Let's run, peasant blood, or I'll grind your bones to tonight, I'm alright, and I'm out of silver pie. Hong Kong, I will bonk your brains out onto the floor, yeah. I had no cares in the world when my actions were queer. Now my understanding's on, and your heart's filled with fear. And the bodies are piling up on Judgment Day from Terminator. You better kneel before the high motherfucking subject later. Motherfuckers dropping like flies. Nobody will hear your cries. About to meet your demise.
I love this song so
Because you
much.
take me
Yeah,
out, or
your
your
red blood
blood
makes
makes
me
me
drown.
drown.
Red
Red
blood
blood
makes
makes
me
me
drown.
drown. Best run, peasant blood, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Tonight, I'm alright, and I'm out of silver pie. Hong Kong, cowabunga, your brains out onto the floor, yeah. Best run, peasant blood, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Tonight,
I'm
I'm
alright,
alright,
and I'm
and I'm
out
out
of
of
silver
silver
pie.
pie.
Hong
Hong
Kong,
Kong,
go and
cowabunga,
fuck
your
your
brains
brains
out
down
onto
into
the
the
floor,
floor,
yeah.
yeah. I love this song.
With your fresh blood, I'll paint the walls. The bleed red cold straight from your veins. The 6 are down, 6 more to go.
You're
You're
all
all
a
a
joke,
joke,
so
so
I'm
I'm
laughing.
laughing. With your fresh blood, I'll paint the walls. The bleed red cold straight from your veins. The 6 are down, 6 more to go. You're all a joke, so I'm laughing. Best run, best run. Oh, I'll grind your bones to dust tonight. Alright, in the matter, so goodbye. Hong Kong, cowabunga, your brains out onto the floor, yeah. Best run, best in blood. Oh, I'll grind your bones to dust tonight. Alright, in the matter, so goodbye. Hong Kong, cowabunga, your brains out onto the yeah.
Guess I won't be my famous burger. Maximum zestiness. Hey, Lulu, you look cute. Absolute disrespect.
Who
Maximum
does?
zestiness. Hey, Lulu, you look cute. Absolute disrespect and lack of care for any living being. Man, Lil Rowing, a certified menace of black Air Force energy. Hey, Lil, you better sit down before I beat the shit out of you, little punk ass. These are some of the phrases to describe the absolute craziness that transpired during the Upper Menace meeting. That's where he's the goat! Aye, so So if you've been keeping up with Demon Slayer, then you already know what we're going to be talking about today. But for those of you, for whatever reason, have not been watching Demon Slayer, let me bring y'all up to speed real quick. Spoiler warning, by the way. So as you all know, our boy Rengoku, rest his soul, was jumped by the Black Air Force demon Akaza and eliminated for life. And Tanjiro Inosuke Zetsu was not going to let that slide, so they decided to get it back in blood. So with the three musketeers and the Riz Hashira Tengen, they was able to jump Gyutaru, this seaweed hair,
I love
Orochimaru,
Doma.
sparkling ass nigga right
Oh
here.
my gosh. Like, to be honest, like, he just looks hot so, like, he just looks so hot to me. Like, Gyutaru, however you pronounce the name, but Daki's brother looks so hot, y'all. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I love him. Like, I literally love him and the other upper moons. Like, I want them to make out with me so bad, you know? Like, literally, he's for real hot. Like, he's so muscular, but yet very skinny. Very skinny. But hey, I like it muscular. Oh yeah, I identify as a boy and a girl. Oh my gosh! Congratulations! Congratulations on being gender fluid. I'm being bi-gender. I'm being bi-gender. Congratulations, cousin, on being bi-gender. Yeah, no problem, cousin, no problem.
Also the six upper.
I mean, he's pretty fine though. Like guys, come on, cousin, come on, like, look at him. Doesn't he looks hot and like I know, right? Do you want him to dominate you? Because I want him to dominate me, bro. I want him. I want him to pin me down, bro. I want him to pin me down and just make out with me. Like, do you want him to pin you down too, cousin? I know, right? He's so fucking hot, bro. He's so fucking hot, bro. Look at him. Look how sexy this man is. Well, this demon is, bro. Look how sexy this demon is. Like, look how attractive he is, bro. Like, do you pin you down, cousin? Because I want him to pin me down on the bed. Like, literally, I would let him pin me down, bro. I would let him pin me down on the bed. I know, right? Like, he's so damn hot, bro. He's so damn fine, bro.
Moon demon, and they were able to successfully kill an upper moon demon for like a in 113 years, which is a big deal. I don't know how these officers are so sorry that they haven't been able to do that in 113 years, but shout out to the game for spinning back on the upper moons. And of course, since the upper moon giant is a huge deal, Muzan, the demon king, and the menace himself summoned all of the remaining upper moon demons, including the Black Air Force demon Akaza, to put them all in check. This meeting is also known as the Upper Menace Meeting. Alright, now that you guys are all caught up, let's get straight into it. So Akaza makes it to the meeting area, and we get introduced to the fifth upper moon, Yoko or Daiko, or I'm gonna just call the nigga Daiko, bro. I don't know how to pronounce that. And bro, this has to be one of the most.
I know who he is. I know who he. Don't know his name is. I mean mispronounce his name. Okay, I know his name, but I can't pronounce it right. Hold on, let me go back because he said his name.
And you already know what we're going to be talking about today. But for those of you, for whatever reason, have not been watching Demon Slayer, let me bring it all up to speed real quick. Spoiler warning, by the way. So as you all know, our boy Rengoku, rest his soul, was jumped by the Black Air Force demon Akaza and eliminated for life. And Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zetsu was not going to let that slide. So they decided to get it back in blood. So with the three Musketeers and the Riz, Hashira, and Tengen, they was able to jump Gyutaru, this seaweed hair, Orochimaru, Karsumaru.
Yeah, Gyutaru. Gyutaru is so hot, bro. Like, I just want him to dominate me. Like, literally, just dominate me, bro. Like, he's so fine. Come on. Like, he's so fine. We got 4 people.
Right here. He was also the 6th Upper Moon Demon, and they were able to successfully like, bro, this used to the 5th Upper Moon Akaza to put them all in check. This meeting is also known as the Upper Menace Meeting. Alright, now that you guys are all caught up, let's get straight into it. So Akaza makes it to the meeting area, and we get introduced to the 5th Upper Moon, Yoko, or Gaiko, or... I'm gonna just call the nigga Gaiko, bro. I don't know how to pronounce that. And bro, this has to be one of the most horrendous creatures to ever violate my eyes, bro. Like, bro, this man has goddamn eyes and...
For real, though, Muzan is so hot. I know, right? Like, for real, Muzan is pretty hot, bro. I would just let Muzan dominate me, for real. I let Muzan dominate me, for real, bro. Like, he's so fine and hot. Like, for real. He's just so fine, bro.
His mouth, and he has mouths for eyes. Like, you know this nigga breath must be mad musty, bro. He gotta be smelling like straight. Plus the nigga lives inside of a goddamn pot, bro. That shit is disgusting. Like, bro, if you don't get out of that nasty ass pot and take a shower, get some body wash and deodorant. Anyways, Daiko was talking to Akaza, saying that he's happy to see that the Black Air Force demon didn't get spun back on. Are you serious right now, bro? But Akaza wasn't even hearing anything this nigga was saying. He was just waiting for him to back up with that hot-ass breath.
I don't care.
So then Akaza was wondering who the fuck died, so he asked the Biwa lady if Upper Moon number 1 died, because it's the only nigga Akaza really cares about. Bro's really trying to boot gang the Upper Moon spot from him. But before she can even answer, we get introduced to one of the main menaces during this meeting. The 2nd Upper Moon, Doma, the Death Demon. Akaza, settle down. Aren't you worried about me, cutie? I beg your pardon? So Doma spawns in out of nowhere, straight on Sasuke. Bro put his arm on Akaza on some, hey. And Doma just start rizzing up Akaza, talking about something. I miss you so much, Akazi Wazi. You know you're one of my comrades. But Akaza wasn't having any of that shit, bro. Bro said, Doma, cut that gay shit out. You know I don't mess with that. Damn, but this is how I call Akaza the Black Air Force demon. He really does not give a fuck at all. Bro just snapped Doma's whole jaw, hit him with the goddamn fatality cutscene. But that shit didn't even really do anything. Doma ate that shit like one of the damn Happy Meals. Then he proceeded to lil bro Akaza. Doma said, Akaza, that was a bit stronger than last time. And Akaza was just looking at him like, is this nigga serious? But before this escalated, the lady from Rings interrupts them and lets them know that the Upper Menace number 1 has been here the whole time. Huh? Bro has like max stealth or some shit because he was the first one here and none of them even sensed him.
Entire time. I'm actually in my house, chilling.
So then Kokuyashiba told everyone to sit the fuck down because the big dog Muzan is here now. What if I told you Muzan had that dog in him?
Bruh.
We already know Muzan is a damn menace from the last meeting with the lower moon. We'll just spam 10 million that whole damn division because they didn't fuck with them anymore. So you know this nigga ain't finna be happy with the upper moons. And I was right, because first thing Muzan says is that Gyutaru was the upper moon that died, and immediately after called them all worthless. Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Bro really said, I expect nothing out of you sorry ass niggas. You niggas haven't accomplished a single thing. You can't get rid of the damn. And what about the blue lily flower? How the fuck have we not found a damn flower? It's been hundreds of years. You guys are sorry. The Muzan straight up just said, I'm starting to question why y'all even exist. And this shit made Akaza go from Black Air Forces to light up Skechers real fast. My nigga was really having a staring contest with the damn floor.
For real, though.
So then Gaiko was like, Lord Muzan, I'm not like the rest of these sorry niggas. I actually am. But Muzan didn't care at all. Bro used his goddamn head-snatching quirk from My Hero and just boot-gang Gaiko's head and told him, shut the fuck up, nigga. You know you about the ugliest nigga here. I don't even know how you got here, bro. I don't know what type of connections you have, but you about ugly as hell. Get your nasty ass out of here. Anyways, I'm out of this bitch. Fuck all you niggas. You need to leave. And this is when the real disrespect between the three menaces, Kaza, Doma, and Kokoshibu started. So Doma wanted to go on the mission with Gaiko, right? But since the big dog Muzan left, Kaza strapped his Black Air Forces back on. He was right back on his timing and wasn't having any bullshit. Snatched Doma's head straight off. And Akaza was like, Muzan didn't say you could third party. Stop being a bum. And Akaza really thought he did something here. But Kokoshibu instant transmissioned out of nowhere. straight up cut Akaza's hand off. He did that shit so clean that nobody even heard or saw him until the hand was already touching the floor. And then Kokoshibo just started lil broing Akaza, a black Air Force demon. Cut that shit out, Akaza. You know you ain't like that. This was just threw his head
He
back
was
and was like,
scared.
yeah, Kaziwazi, you know you can't run our pockets, but that was a cute little flash. Like, nah, bro, they just violated Akaza in front of everybody, bro. And that's not even the worst. Kokoshiba was telling Akaza to basically just stay in his place at Third Moon, and that he can't actually box with him and Doma. But then Doma took it a step further and said, Coco Loco, don't worry. Even if you wanted to run our hands, you know Akazi could never beat us.
Me personally, I wouldn't take this level of disrespect.
Nah, bro. Kaza was not gonna let that slide. So he told Kokoshiba straight up, fuck all of that, nigga. I'ma kill your ass. But bro, you know they ain't taking that shit serious.
I know, right?
Kokoshiba was like, aight, bro, sure. If that's what you really want to do, make sure you try your best. Better get to a hyperbolic chamber with your weak ass, nigga. Oh my god! So yeah, that was the Upper Menace meeting. We got to see firsthand Akaza getting bitched by half the niggas there, and Doma just being an absolute zest demon. The disrespectful levels in this meeting were honestly crazy for the fact that nobody even really fought. It was just straight instigating, bro. Anyways, bro, remember to like and subscribe. I'm gone.
Bro, I think I have a Demon Slayer character. Bro, I remember I redesigned this Demon Slayer character, this Demon Slayer cringe character, and like she used blood breathing, like how water, water style, but instead it's blood. And I redesigned her. She looks so cute, but that was on my old phone, which is broken and glitchy. So yeah, I should redesign her, to be honest. Like I should redesign her, like honestly, because I made her different. I made her have I think I made her have black black and red hair or like something. But let me look up demon. Let me look up demon. Ah, demon slayer. Demon Slayer. Cringe. OC. Oh my gosh, I remember. I remember these. Oh man. Oh, there she is. There she hit. Okay, there she is. So this is the Blood Hashira, and I think I didn't change her name, to be honest, but I made her hair red, and also I made her black, and then I made like little blood drop patterns on her suit when I designed her, when I redesigned her, and yeah. Guys, do you want me to blah, blah. Do you guys want me to redesign her again? Roast Doma fodder on. What? I'm not roasting Doma. I'm not roasting Doma. He's my husbando. He's one of my husbandos. Me right? Okay. I'll redesign it. Okay. Guys, do you want me to change her name? Father Rose Duma, please get on my knee. Oh my gosh. Y'all, 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 come on. Come on, I can't Rose Duma. He's so hot. Change her name. What should her name be? What should her name be though? Dad Duma. I love Duma, bro. I love Duma. I can't. Do it. I love them too much. Hey, Loggy. Billy. 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 Bro, what? What? Billy? What? Come on, bro. Billy Hospital Hotel. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, y'all. I totally forgot. That I wanted to show y'all some Hospital Hotel. Not Hospital Hotel, but Hell of a Boss. Since they made a short. And I wanted us to watch it together. So yeah.
Hi everyone! In this video, I want to share with you some Yander Simulator leaks. The leaks were released by Tomu, a modeler who started making some models for Yander Simulator and from some servers. Tomu created new hair for Mujikina and Hanako Yamada. Tomu also made portraits of the rivals they finished. A few days ago, Yanderdev made a poll asking fans which nemesis was better. Yanderdev also said something about Kizana's release date. And he also told us about a future feature that will be added to the game. There are some spoilers for Kizana's betray mission, presumably. This leads us to assume that Kizana will have problems with Musum's father. Perhaps Kizana's family has a debt with the Ranshaku family. That's all for today. Like and subscribe to the channel for the next leaks.
Damn, go roast Rainbow Eyes. No, I don't want to roast Rainbow Eyes. I love him.
Look! Drop him! Shit. Run!
Penguins, bro. Penguins.
You got him, Fox? Yes, sir. Sweet, let's turn him into some Swiss cheese. Oh, yeah.
I'll call him Billy. Hey, quick! 3 cheers!
Bye, cousin.
Ah, the big jump. Christ, shit, I'm freezing my low red cock off. Where is that thing supposed to be?
Okay.
I said it was near the research station.
That research station?
Oh, crumbs. That can't be good.
Oh, shit. Yikes. Yeah.
What happened here? These guys were torn to shreds. I've seen beasts less brutal than this. What and or who could have done this?
That, probably. Okay, Moxie, get up top. Millie, cover the entrances. I got it.
Yes, sir.
You got him, Mox?
Yes, sir.
Sweet, let's turn him into some Swiss cheese. Guess he met his match. Eat shit in hell, polar slut. Good job, Mox. Now let's get out of this frozen fuckhole.
Hold it, Blitz. Look at these marks. They weren't made by no bullets. And here, bite marks.
shit.
What? What's the problem?
This slut wasn't running toward us.
He was running away from something else.
Look! Drop him! Shit. Fuck, it's like 10.
Well, maybe those ones are nice.
Who are they? Who are they? Who are they? Who are they? Slurs. What? Slurs.
I can't just make it go, okay? I'm still getting used to this fucking thing. Damn it.
It's from love. You can't just brute force it. You gotta turn around.
I don't know. I've never been good at this shit.
How do you not know how to do this?
Foxy, I'm a fucking top.
Try spelling the alphabet.
A-C-B.
With your mouth!
I knew that. Okay.
That's how to move.
Oh wow.
Can we go, please?
Slurs. 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 Explosion! Explosion! I love explosions. Slurs. Blah, 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 blah. Secrets and lies. Yes, I love this. Yes, I love this. I should look at it
Watch
later.
NHL games.
Now, that was time for.
Oh,
That was time for my favorite girl, my favorite trans girl that likes FNAF. Bazao Zao. She's very hot and girls with glasses, especially trans women. I love women. I love me women. Trans women are so hot and cute, and I just want them to make out with me, just like I would with any woman. I want them to make out with me so bad. I love Bazao Zao. She's so hot and she's very cute. And I got some of her merch.
Hey,
She's so
Type is out
adorable.
here, and yes, it's finally.
She's so adorable, bro. She's so adorable.
Hey, Type is out here, and yes, it's finally time for another Fixing FNAF plushies. Hip hip hooray and whatnot. Since we're doing sister location this time around, I thought I'd bring a little celebrity guest on for this one. You know, someone to help me out during the video and have fun little back and forth banter with me. That kind of wacky stuff. So everyone, say hello to Hand Unit. Yeah, turns out you can just buy a hand unit for yourself online if you want. For a decent price, too. I got a really good deal on mine here. Timu is a godsend. Let me just turn him on, the remote here. Hi, hand unit, can you hear us? Hand unit, say hi to everyone. Okay, did I not activate it? Let me check the manual.
Anyway, we're watching Bazao Zao. It's a Bazao. And I really love her, and she's very hot, and she's one of my favorite trans women, YouTubers. She's very cute.
Okay, so I think you... Oh, so, Sister Location, huh? The FNAF game that, despite having very gay animatronic designs, somehow ended up the most homophobic looking plushie. So, Sister Location, huh? The FNAF game that, despite having very gay animatronic designs, somehow ended up the most homophobic looking plushies ever. I mean, am I wrong? If you somehow didn't know, this is a part of a larger series I've been doing for a while where I take FNAF's poopy official Funko plushies and remake them to remove the poopy. As always, it's best if you just go watch all the other episodes first, but hey, you're the harbinger of your own destiny. So far, we've tackled every FNAF game up to Sister Location. You know, that's the roster we're doing now. Well, actually 50% of it this time. This will be another half-seas situation, but you'll only have to wait like 2 months max for the next part, and this way I get to like pay rent this month. Also, here is a cool image of a skeleton on fire. Yeah, okay, there it is. So, the fun times. Thankfully, coming from FNAF 4, I get to breathe a little as far as difficulty goes. Although they have more detail than, say, the animatronics from FNAF 1 and 2, these designs at least lend themselves better to plushies than these. Plus, no withering at all. I wept and kissed the ground when I realized this. That being said, they aren't without their own newly introduced challenges. For instance, you may be wondering about that whole opening faceplate thing. How are we going to adapt this? Well, here's my Joker's trick. I'm not going to. I've had a lot of people recommend that I give them removable faceplates or just like separate faceplate opened alts for each character, similar to those Sister Location mystery minis. But although that sort of thing may work for a rigid plastic figure, this is just not going to look good on a plushie. I'm sure if I really hunkered down and spent way more time on it than it's really worth, I could figure out some sort of Velcro face flap situation, but like, who really wants that? I have never had the desire to rip the face off a plushie before, and this game certainly doesn't change that. Although, this guy's looking at me kind of funny. Hey! Yeah, that's what I thought. That being said, this element of their design won't go completely unrepresented on these plushies, because these designs still have all those seams and lines on their face when the faceplates are closed. To simplify this detail, I'm going to make sure each of the fun times have a darkish stitch line running across the middle of their faces, as this specific seam seems to be shared between all of them. It would add way too much ugly clutter to try and include every individual line on their face this way, hence the use of just the one. Another decision I made that's worth mentioning is that for characters like Funtime Freddy, Foxy, Lolbit, and Chica, yes, I'm including Funtime Chica with the rest of the Sister Location bunch, I'm going to go back to the classic mouth-closed look we did for the OGs and the toys. The reason we had for the Withers and Nightmares and such was to differentiate them from the FNAF 1 bunch a bit more, on top of the fact that it's a fun way to give them that slightly more monstrous, broken down look those characters have. These guys, though, harken back more to that FNAF 2 toy look with the somewhat cuter, colorful vibe, so having a connection between these two sets of plushies makes sense. Alright, let's jump into our first character. Oh no, I meant like figurative. Oh, they got one. I wasn't quick enough.
We gotta find Princess. And you gotta help us.
Yeah, so obscure factor. Did you know that Funko's Sister Location plushies are big old shitters? Oh, no, not as bad as you. You're not losing that crown. Don't get it twisted. Oh, look at me go. Yeah, Funko's FNAF 4 plushies are bad, but these are on a whole other level. Like, in the Nightmares case, you could argue that they did their job somewhat right. Like, the Nightmares are supposed to look messed up, but these aren't. And They do. I think this wave was Funko's FNAF plushies at their cheapest. For some reason, they started replacing a lot of previously stitched-on elements with printed-on colors, including entire portions that would have just been stitched fabric before. Like, come on, what was the point of making Foxy's snout printed here? You literally did this with the regular stitched-in fabric in this exact same way and color before. Surprisingly, though, Baby escaped a lot of this new printed-on weirdness and kept the regular colored fabric and stitched-on detailing, which makes her the best at this wave, kind of by default. Hey, she doesn't look puked on. A win is a win, right? Despite this, though, out of all the characters in this wave, I'd say she somehow ends up looking the least like her in-game design. For some reason, she got shrimpified here. It's really silly looking. She at least fits her name more than the original, though. Like, that is definitely a circus baby if I've ever seen one. Funko used the same body type as their balloon boy, with these flat Stanley-ass proportions and giant rectangular head. Unlike that balloon boy plush, however, this is one of those bad plushies that kind of wraps back around to being cute for me. She may look strange and inaccurate, but like,
I know, right?
look at her.
And I love animatics videos of the plushie reviews and stuff. It's been a while since I watched her, but I hope like this Friday or like this Saturday, because I might live stream Saturday, like Friday and Saturday. But I'm hoping to watch animatics Five Nights at Freddy's videos again with you guys on the live stream and stuff, and like some Corey Kitchen videos too. uh, sorry, cousin. Sorry.
Kind, so polite. This one is up there with Toy and Spring Bonnie in that regard. I love this strange little critter. Despite this, she fails pretty hard at being an accurate Five Nights at Freddy's sister location circus baby plush. Alright, let's bring her in. This is my design. As you can see, she's been de-shrimped with a chubby body closer to our default shape. She's been given some simplified facial features reminiscent of our balloon boys, with this cutesy little nose and stitched on mouth, which helps in converting that in-game uncanny look into something more adorable. Her hair has been simplified down as well, with her two large pigtails now made to look more chunky and cartoonish. It just helps with the whole chibified look. As we discussed earlier on, most of the crazy seams all over her face and body have been removed, aside from the single thick one running down her face, which still allows her to maintain the fun-time look without too much ugly detail. She's got her frilly skirt and shoulders, which are both a thinner, wavy cloth this time instead of the big, thick skirt Funko's has. I don't know what the point of that was. Thinner cloth just makes more sense here. And she's got her little stomach fan thingy, which is half obscured by her shirt due to the lack of room on her torso here. I think it looks cute though. It's like a baby's belly button or something. All of that with these accurate colors makes for a great circus baby plush, in my opinion. This one was surprisingly pretty simple, and now that we've figured out the basics of the fun times, the rest of them should be pretty simple as well, I hope.
Yay! Yay, baby! Yay!
Eating the bitty babs. This one just makes me feel kind of sick.
Bitty Bob does not, in fact, have an official Funko plushie, and that's probably because if he did, it would be the first Funko plushie ever to sell 0 copies. However, under the eyes of Bizbazow, no FNAF animatronic is too ugly for a plush.
Yes.
For our Bitty Bob, we're going to reference our Balloon Boy plush even more this time, which makes sense. They have a lot of facial similarities. I love that one theory, by the way, that Balloon Boy and JJ were originally from Circus Baby's Pizza World. I always thought that one made a lot of sense.
Same.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and show him and explain. Just like Baby, Bitty Bob's got the usual base body shape, just a little thinner here, with a little breastplate thing added to the chest. The head is super round this time, though, with the weird dome helmet-looking thing giving it this shape. And whoa, look at those ears! Hi, gay little monkey from the Apple Store. These are just our default Freddy ears, cut down to Bitty Bob's ear shape and thrown on the sides to act more as human ears. Everything else pretty straightforward. The triangle nose, the stitched-on mouth and lip thing, the single white button, all the Bitty Bob classics are here. Not their edibility, though. I'm sorry. And that's all for this one. Pretty standard. Alright, time to move on to Funtime Wait, what's that? There's a Bitty Bob recolor I have to do as well.
Well,
Oh
shucks.
God, our plushie sales are in the negatives now. Oh no. This animatronic isn't actually a full-on recolor in the game. It's clearly just the regular Bitty Bad model with glowing yellow eyes instead of the regular purple ones, but come on, you gotta do more than that, right? Instead, I've opted for this. I've recolored his body with these blues, but kept his eyes bright white and yellow to make it look like he's constantly in that dark room lighting, with lit up glowing eyes. It's meant to resemble his custom night render here that has a similar color scheme going on. There are a lot of other promotional renders for this game with very similar dark blue lighting. So hey, that's perfect. Very thematic. This is still Electrobab though, so yeah, another one for the misfit pile. This is what happens when you promise something silly, like making a plush for every single FNAF animatronic, or something stupid like that. Funtime Freddy. This poor son of a bitch got the absolute worst plush out of this Funko wave. It's so bad. Like, okay, obviously this bonbon on his arm is awful. Little gummy shark with a face and ears, some real homunculus type shit. But bonbon is a difficult element to incorporate on a plush. I get why he turned out that way. Funtime Freddy himself, though? What happened, y'all? This is when they started the printed fabric stuff I mentioned earlier. His snout, cheeks, ears, stomach, and of course the entirety of Bonbon are all colored this way, and you can totally tell with how crackly and flat it all looks. I don't know if this was all a cost-saving measure or something, but if it wasn't, I literally don't know what the point was here. Just use the stitching you've used plenty of times before. What was stopping you? The worst part, though, are the eyes. Why are they square? What? My best guess as to why this happened is that they looked at some weird render or piece of fan art or something where the eyes looked just a bit rectangular and an assumption was made because of that. But if that exists out there, I certainly haven't found it. In every single render and drawing of this guy, they're always very clearly round. I don't know. He was just born like that, I guess. Now, although the whole bonbon element is going to be difficult, we can definitely improve on this. Many could. But before we do that though, hi, just wanted to let y'all know that this video was watched a day early by my patrons on my Patreon server. Yeah, I have one of those, didn't know, and I do early viewings there sometimes. $2 a month gets you in there, 17 only, where you can chat with other folks, see sneak peeks and art whips for videos, get the full resolution downloads for video art, and you get your name listed on screen at the end of my videos. $10 you all that, but your name read aloud instead. Looky there. If you enjoy my videos, this is an excellent way to support me directly. It helps a ton. Also, fun fact, if I reach my Patreon goal of $1,000 a month and stay there, I will read all of Homestuck for the first time on stream. Yeah, I'm serious.
I love
This is a
Homestuck.
promise I made recently, and I will actually do that. Will I regret this promise? Probably, but hey, we'll have to get there to see. As always, Patreon link is in the description. Thank you to everyone and anyone who has ever supported me on
Oh my
it.
guys.
Anyway, back to plushie.
Oh my guys,
All
extra.
right, Funtime Freddy, get in here. Come on. You may notice that there's an important element missing here, but don't worry, we'll get to that. The shape of his face was definitely the most important part to get right here. This Freddy has a pretty unique shape with the snout, the cheeks, the long jaw, and the cleft chin all needing to be represented in a simplified manner. I think I did a pretty good job converting that into the plushie style. He's got his other landmark details, such as his pink eye rings, an actual ring shape this time, his rectangular nose, his purple cheeks, his striped hat, and he's even got that speaker that the Funtimes have. For this, I thought it would be fun to incorporate a sort of mesh texture, similar to that type that you often see on plush dog toys. It would give it that distinct speaker look, while also being a fun little tactile element. I'd definitely be rubbing his tummy speaker all the time for good luck. Of course, though, this is just one half of the Funtime Freddy package. Let's get Bonbon in here, too. This little guy is similar to our magnetic Freddle we had on Nightmare Freddy. He's just a little body with arms and a head, all with more simplified, stitched-on details as the small size would require. An adorable little fella, for sure. But where should he go? Well, this is where I hit a bit of a road bump in the design process. This is a real toughie to figure out. You might be thinking, what do you mean? Just stick him to the end of his hand like he's supposed to be.
But if you were to do that on this plush as is, Bon Bon would be at a really strange angle, just kind of sticking out down there. This is why Funkos made Freddy's right arm turned upright, so Bon Bon could be sitting at a normal angle. However, on theirs, he is stitched on that way. Bon Bon is a permanent fixture of Freddy. He lives there. So we could make Freddy's arm turned upward as well and just have the magnetic bond stickable there, which looks fine when he's on there, but when you take him off, Freddy is just kind of stuck with his arm up forever mid-wave. I tried to think of ways to solve this issue, like maybe having an entirely separate swappable upright arm so you can have Bond on or off without it looking weird either way, but that is way too complicated for this type of plush. That sort of thing would work on, say, the Hex plushies, for instance. Their shape is built with the swappable and movable limbs in mind from the get-go. The chubby body we've been using this entire time, though, isn't, so it just wouldn't work that well. This is the solution I eventually came to, and by that I mean solutions. I have two separate options I'm pitching to you here. Which one is better? That's for all of you to decide in the comments. Let me know which one you personally prefer. So, option one is having Freddy's arm permanently upright. Bon Bon will still be magnetically attached, but unless you want the perma wave, you should probably just have him on there at all times. What's the point of him being magnetic then, you may ask? Like, might as well have him permanently stitched on at that point, right? Well, consider this. A swappable bonnet. Yeah, he comes with, so you can stick whichever one on there that you like. Sweet. Option two is a bit simpler, but I personally think it looks better. Freddy's arm is permanently down in the plushy pose, and instead of Bon Bon being in the hand puppet formation, he gets to just kind of chill out on his shoulder like we did with the Nightmare Freddy's Freddle. And yeah, he still comes with bonnet to swap out if you so please. So go vote now in the comments. You're not actually voting here. I'm just gonna kind of like eyeball the comments and see if I get more. True democracy at work. They should hire me to decide elections.
I know,
This
right?
is definitely the most difficult out of this bunch. Bon Bon was a tough nut to crack, but hey, I came out the other side with something. Two possible somethings. So there's Fun Time Freddy. Oh, what's wrong with the image? Whoa, this is the fourth.
Dang. Dang. It be missing. Bro, it be missing that. I'm trying to. Okay. Type in the username. Oh, beacon. Okay.
Days sometimes as if they'll never end. Sun tucks its heels to toward you. But after summer days, one thing stays the same. Rises the moon. What the hell? It's time for you to die.
Oh, hey. Hey, VR. Hey, VR. How you doing today, VR? How you doing today?
Shut up.
Go get the door.
Oh yeah, we have to watch this one too.
Oh, breaking news over here on.
I just really want to die right now. Nothing for me on this earth. I've been fucked up since my birth. Break my leg, hurt me bad, make me I can't wait to get out of here. No, I can't. No, I can't.
No, I can't.
Wait to get out of here. I see you at the movies. I see you with your lips. I can't wait to get out of here. No, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. Wait to get out of here. I see you at the movies. Keep it in check when you need that
Okay, I wanna hear you calling my name like I really like it. Oh no, no, we're gonna get onto the movie. I mean, onto the videos, y'all.
Oh, breaking news over here on Bizabazao. A local
Yeah.
girl, type as has been found making a second channel and putting videos on it. Witnesses say she, quote, had a really bad bit plan to announce it to her subscribers, whatever that means. Yeah, second channel, Bizabazao 2. Imaginative name, I know. This will be the channel where I'll upload any random bonus bits I have to show as I so please, including any YouTube poops or silly edits or burp that I make. They'll go on there from now on. But more importantly, this will be the home of edited Bizabazao stream highlights, which I've started doing. If you're interested in my streams but don't want to sit down for full unedited VODs, you can check these out instead. But maybe that's not your thing. You're just here for the FNAF. I get it. Understandable. No worries. But hey, you're actually in luck as well. My friends May and Alyssa started a big ol' FNAF stream series last year, which I recently permanently joined in on.
Oh my god, why does it look like this?
This is what the switchport looks like.
What happened?
Yeah, no, that's just what it looks like. It's really good. It's a really good port. Go check out may.mkv on the purple site if you want to see these in the future, or her YouTube VOD channel if you want to catch up. Links to both of those in the description. Okay, this has been Thai Watch. I called it Bizabazao Watch earlier, didn't I? Damn it. Stupid. Hey, you know what time it is. It's FNAF plushie time. But here's a little curveball. I'm not doing sister location this episode. Don't worry, that'll definitely come soon, but before I jumped right into another mainline game, I decided to take a teensy little detour for a fun, short bonus episode of sorts. So, 2023 was a big year for FNAF, with a ton of announcements and releases and such. One of these was quite a doozy, as you know, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, which released in October. Yeah, that one game movie adaptation we thought would never come out. And now that I've seen it, you know what? I want to make some plushies for it. Yeah, I know, I said I wouldn't be covering anything outside of the actual games, but I decided to break that for the movie. It's important. It's earned it. This'll just be for fun anyways, alright? No, don't tell Mom. No, stop. I said sorry. This, of course, won't be fixing any pre-existing Funko plushies. These will just be more our usual style. There aren't any Funko plushies for the movie yet anyway, aside from one, I think. Oh, wow, okay, that's like genuinely one of the best FNAF plushies they've ever made. I was someone at Funko visited by 3 ghosts recently? What happened? Although
I don't
there
know.
are some brand new designs in the movie to turn into plushies, more on that later, of course. You may have noticed that there's not really anything new going on with the main 4 here. Aside from a color change, more on later as well. The film versions of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy look more or less identical to the characters' models from the games, which is an insane feat, by the way. Like, you could not have adapted these models into real practical props more faithfully. And since we've already plushies for these exact designs, then there's no need to do anything new for them. Kinda. You see, this all got me looking back at my old FNAF 1 plushie designs, way back from the first episode of this series. You know, back when my mic sounded like this. I've had a lot of practice since then, so looking back on the first ones made me realize how many little details I do differently now. And this made me kind of want to revisit them again for an update. You know, do a passover with some new little tweaks here and there. And this is a perfect opportunity to do that. So before we get to the new designs in this movie, let's go back to my FNAF 1 plushies and quickly do a fixing FNAF plushies. I'm not calling the video that.
Your time has come.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's October. It's gonna be October soon. Yay. Oh my gosh, Party
There's
City.
not much to fix on this one.
For real though, Party City always have the most creepiest stuff, to be honest. Like I remember one time when I was at my cousin. Okay. Oh, you know. What day is on Japanese? Okay. Okay. Anyway. Yeah.
Meg, you start on your exercise.
Yeah, that would tell me.
Alright, go ahead and start.
Okay. Anyway, guys, about the Party City thing, bro, they be having the most, craziest stuff. You're speaking nonsense. Anyway, so, like, one time, like, when my cousin Pam used to do my hair, bro, I be like walking around in her in her house and stuff, and then I saw this Party City flyer and stuff, and like, oh my gosh, it was so cool. It was so cool. But they had like a zombie costume. It was so cool, to be honest. It almost looked like a real life zombie. It was pretty cool. And also a vampire, which I like. I love vampires. And also like a mummy, which was pretty cool.
This was essentially Sanchi's Freddy design anyway, just with a few small differences. I'll touch up the facial structure just a little bit. All I did was make him a little less lopsided and change the shape of his nose to be a smidge more long and flat. And there, done. Easy. Golden Freddy is essentially the same deal, but okay, I don't know what I was thinking with these eye shine things. What are his eyes like window panes or something? Like what were they thinking? This design is shit. And as is the trend with Type as it was out, there's a design detail I somehow never noticed and didn't include anyway. Golden Freddy actually has small little white dot eyes in the game. They're super tiny, but I think taking that and giving him some big white pupils would make him a little cuter. Well, at least more silly, the next best thing. And done. And here those changes applied to Fredbear. My original plush had white pupils anyway, but I made them the same as regular Golden Freddies. Again, the bigger ones are cuter. This is the one that I have the most issues with looking back. I set out to make his face and head shape noticeably different than Freddy's, which I definitely succeeded at, but I kind of failed in making it actually resemble Bonnie's as much as it could, at least. And the color. I tend to be more of a Bonnie color centrist. Many people swear up and down that he's blue in the original.
I know,
The
right?
lighting is what gives him the purplish hue, but no, it's actually the other way around. Here's a tweet I found of someone showing this a little more clearly. He's purple with bluish lighting in many of his renders, making him appear purple in some and blue in others. So I'd say at least for the sake of this plushie, in between blue and purple, favoring the purple side a little more. All that being said, this old design was too purple, I think, so I figured I could add a bit of a bluer tint to it to make him look closer to the game. Along with this, I fixed the face up as well, and I think he resembles Bonnie a lot more now, making the cheeks more upturned, making his snout smaller, and giving him the little cleft chin helped a lot here. Alright, next one. This was one where I was huffing that Sanchi gas a little too hard. The beak is probably the one thing on theirs that, although very cute, doesn't look like Chica's as much as it could. It's just kind of a generic duck beak, which ended up on my plush in that first episode, so I decided to change that. Now here's a beak that's shaped to look more like her actual model, with a larger lower jaw that extends to the bottom of her head now. The nostrils have been reoriented as well, on top of some other subtle tweaks to her face and head, which I think serves her nicely. Oh, and I decided to just stick with the orange feet. The game plush accurate, fully yellow body doesn't make, like, any sense. So there, Chica. My feet wasn't bad, but this is another one that could use some facial tweaking, just to capture the game's a little more. So I did that. Oh, look, a hook. Yeah, I ultimately decided to just give him one. That's another thing I'm not sure why I was so against including originally. It's small enough to not be distracting, and it's cute. It's a great addition to the plush.
That hook was a great idea. I just couldn't see it.
Like I said, I made his face look more like Foxy's actual model as well. This is the most drastic change so far, I'd say. I shifted a lot around on his face, but he looks way better for it. Oh yeah, while we're talking Foxy, something worth bringing up is we actually got to see something kind of special in the FNAF movie that we've never seen canonically before, and that's the original unwithered form of Foxy. You know, what he was meant to look like before all this happened. And since our plushie is technically meant to represent that form of him, did we do it correctly? Yeah, pretty much exactly. He just got clean khaki shorts instead of the torn ones, so hey, nothing to change there. This one's fine. There's nothing I want to change on this guy. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, here's a little game for y'all. There's a fairly obvious mistake somewhere on this design. I'll give you a few seconds to see if you can spot it. Did you find it? Well, if your answer was this little wire thing here, then you were correct. It should be flipped to the other side of his head on the back view. I hope someone got fired for that. While I was here, I also made some small adjustments to his eyeballs. I had them a bit too small and further down than they should have been. There he is. And there's all the FNAF 1 made, then remade again. Ship of Theseus, never heard of him, or his FNAF ships. I do think I'd like to eventually get to all the other plushies I've done to give them that same subtle update treatment, but we'll see. Maybe when the second FNAF something, I don't know. You know, if it doesn't take another decade to release. But for now, we have the first movie to tackle. Hut Hut. As I said before, all the designs for the main four in the film are pretty much one-to-one with their in-game versions, but Bonnie is the notable exception in that they done changed his color, because I guess they, like, retconned him to be just pure blue now, back in Help Wanted. So here's a movie version of my Bonnie. He is blue as hell now. Poor guy. Hope his mood improves. I said, hope his mood improves. And here he is with the rest of the gang. Look, it's like the movie that you may be asking. What about Golden Greg? Yeah, that's his name in the movie, actually. They never refer to him as Golden Freddy anywhere, so you can't prove that's not his name.
Where to, little lady? Oh my goodness!
This guy had an actually somewhat significant design change in the film. They seem to have brought in design conventions from FNAF 2's Golden Freddy with the overall more broken down look, even as a similar missing ear. Look at that. The most interesting change, though, to me at least, is that this dude can, like, stand upright now and walk. He doesn't seem to be an empty suit this time around. So instead of the cocked head and mouth agape Golden Freddy base we have, we'll just use our regular Freddy as a starting point. Here's what I landed on. We have the missing ear here, which was copied over from our Withered Freddy design, and he's got the bright blue right eye with a lighter pupil in the center, just like the film. You may also notice he has a droopy little eyelid on his left eye. If you look closely on the movie costume, you can see a broken silver eyelid covering some of his hollow eye hole. Well, hollow aside from some stray wires, which I decided not to include. It would just look weird and gross in a plushy eye socket, methinks. That's pretty much it, though. The changes aren't huge, but he's definitely got his own vibe going on here. I hope I was able to capture it well. Next is an animatronic that plays an incredibly small role in the film, so much so I didn't even notice him in my first viewing. We have a Shadow Freddy plush design already, yes, but that one is based on Withered Golden Freddy from FNAF 2. The movies is a variant we surprisingly have never gotten in any FNAF media before, a shadow version of FNAF 1 Freddy. So let's give that sucker a plush. Here's what I got. I used our Golden Freddy base this time because in the movie he is just kind of slumped and broken down there. Might even be an empty suit. It kind of looks like it. Well, I mean, it's not empty anymore because, he does have the same missing ear that the new Golden Freddy has, though, so I gave that to him, as well as his pure white eyes, no pupils needed. There, movie Shadow Freddy. Real simple. Now we get to take care of the fun ones. No, not Torture Freddy, though. Sorry, not touching that one. Though, can we talk about how insanely funny that name is, by the way? Fucking Torture Freddy? Are you serious?
Hey, welcome to Sparky's. Can I set you folks up with some...
I'm still absolutely floored by Sparky's inclusion in this movie. It's honestly the best surprise this franchise has ever pulled on us. This is like our version of Luigi's Mario 64 model being discovered back in 2020. It's insane. This isn't the original hoax design, though. This is, in fact, a completely original one made for the movie. And by that, I mean it's like Bonnie, but edited to be a dog. It's still cool, though. I like the way he looks a lot. He feels like he could fit right in with the OGs. So, what if there is a plush for him? Wouldn't that be insane? Like a plush of an iconic old FNAF hoax character. That would be so cool. So, let's make one. Oh, U2's announced one while I was working on this video, so not as novel an idea anymore, but whatever. As I said, he's pretty much built off of Bonnie's framework, so we can use our Bonnie as a starting point. And here's what I got. Everything's pretty much what you'd expect. He's got the eyebrows, the freckles, the nose we used for Foxy and the Nightmares, and his orange eyes. I purposely made more unevenly placed than usual to give him that silly jumbled sort of vibe that he has in the movie. He's got his floppy dog ears as well, which aren't stuck to the side of the head, but actually come from the top of the head and bend downward on the sides. You can see that on the movie prop from some angles. And the cutest part of him, in my opinion, his bone collar. This is a ribbon sewn onto the neck fabric all the way around to look like a collar with a thick felt bone stuck on top of it. Pretty simple. So hey, there's our Sparky. Maybe when the FNAF 2 movie comes out, we'll have an official purple guy suit plush to make. Speaking of purple guy, we have someone else to make a plushie for, and that's the movie version of Springtrap. Oh, wait, that's not his name. He's called the Yellow Rabbit in this film. Oh, sweet, I can actually talk about this one myself. All right, and blocked.
Look at that small yank that you have become. Look how small you are. How small you are. You are wretched, small little beast. Sheesh.
So, as you all know, we got a new Springtrap design in this film. Well, kind of a step in between Spring Bonnie and Springtrap, but functionally Springtrap. This one is quite a bit different than FNAF 3's version, so actually a good amount to change here. The most noticeable thing is that he's not nearly as fucked up and withered, nay, an exposed nerve ending or intestine. He isn't that dirty green color either, at least not yet. Give it another decade in the back room, I suppose. He does have some withering, but most of it is allotted to the right side of his body, oddly with a black burned appearance. What happened to this suit, man? How did you manage to do this? There's some structural differences as well, mostly in the face with the more defined snout, the rounder plastic nose instead of the weird wavy felt looking one, a thicker bottom jaw, etc. Oh yeah, he also kept his bow around this time, and 2 whole buttons instead of just one. Although I'm surprised they weren't fucking burnt off. Like, dude, what is your deal? So let's apply all those details to a plush, why don't we? Don't need to point out too many of the specifics, but putting this one and our Springtrap side by side makes the differences in the face more apparent. I tried my best to match the general shape of the movie version more. We still do have some shared landmarks though, like the pupils, his missing right ear, and his rows of square teeth. Our yellow rabbit, though, has different withering with some black and darker yellow stitches evenly dispersed on his right side, and even a couple of silver stitches on the left side of his stomach, meant to represent the hole the cupcake tore into the suit in the film, which then caused his big belly cramp. Oh, and he's got a bow. It's just the same one we used for Freddy and Bonnie, but purple. So there he is. I like this one a ton, honestly more than our old Springtrap, which in and of itself I think could use some tweaking to resemble its Springtrap more. Like I said, that'll come another time though. But this ain't the last character, because this movie also gave us, for the very first official time ever, a look at what an original unwithered spring Bonnie suit would look like. Yeah, I know, there's an unused model from Help Wanted, but this was the first legitimate one. Like, finished and shown in a released product, kind of legitimate. So hey, let's make this one too.
His name is William Afton. He's my father.
My sister!
No, he's my father.
My sister!
My father.
My sister! My sister! My sister! My sister! My sister! My sister!
This is, of course, just the Yellow Rabbit film suit, but before I got dirtied up and burned during the 4th of July or something. So all we have to do is de-ageify this guy. And there. Aside from the brighter color and lack of destruction, there's really only a couple of differences. The first are obviously the eyes, which have the dark circles removed and have our usual pupil look this time. Well, aside from the fact that they're actually bigger than they usually are, to reflect the way the eyes look in the photo. The other thing is the teeth, which have a buck tooth sort of thing going on. If you look closely, you can see that these 2 front teeth are indeed more pronounced than the withered suit, so I decided to exaggerate this detail a little more in this way. I think this is the first bunny plush we've made that actually has proper bunny teeth. Would you look at that? That's pretty much it though. There's our final plush for the day. So there you go, the FNAF movie. This was a fun little side adventure here. I had a lot of fun. It was a good change of pace before we move on to the next big girl batch. I do like this movie too, so making a video on it in some form was a treat. Let me know what you thought though. If you guys like this bonus type of episode, I may consider doing more like it in the future. There's a lot of little bonus sets of plushies outside of the main games that I could do, so let me know if you'd want to see that. Just don't make me do the Twisteds, man. I'm begging you. The next time we do plushies will be sister location, though. For real this time. Although, there is that Roblox game. Might need to make some plushies of all of these. And as always, I'd like to thank my Skrunklies over on Patreon. Thank you for supporting me. Prism, April B, Creative JK, Adelaide Parade, Tuoji, Soy Sauce Flavored Tide Pod, Galaxy, Chico Mode, Pewilliver, Fred Shrooms, Larkin Snorf, Frigid Duck, Rubbish Bunny, The Siderian, Awesome Ace Z, Xeno Dude Face, Sled Masters, Lilith Swartzlander, Fedco, Zayseer, Wilfred MF Worf, Daniel the Spaniel, Certainly Cecilia, The Pepini Bros Emporium, Kana Chan-san, Cat Does a Thing, Jurgen the Bull, and Juliet with a Handgun. If you'd like to join these wonderful folks, you can check out my Patreon in the link in the description. Also, I just want to quickly mention that I'm going to be restructuring my Patreon sometime soon, so be on the lookout for that. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and peace out.
masterpiece.
Hey, Ty Bizabiz out here, and yes, it's finally time for another Fixing FNAF plushies. Hip hip hooray and whatnot. Since we're doing sister location this time around, I thought I'd bring a little celebrity guest on for this one. You know, someone to help me out during the video and have fun little back and forth banter with me, that kind of wacky stuff. So everyone, say hello to Hand Unit. Yeah, turns out you can just buy a hand unit for yourself online if you want. For a decent price too. I got a really good deal on mine here. As a godsend. Let me just turn him on, the remote here. Hi, hand unit, can you hear
Oh my
us?
gosh. Y'all have been through this.
Like,
You've been through Circus Baby, Funtime Freddy, Benny Bab.
keeping again. So I decided this time
I don't need a puppet to express myself. I already say whatever I want. But I am a fan of the medium, so... My father is withholding. Oh. It's interesting.
Now, you may be surprised to hear that Bonnet has an official plush, but Bon Bon does not for some reason. I mean, he's here on Freddy, so maybe they thought that counted on its own. There were images floating around at one point of a supposed Bon Bon prototype plush, but, like, okay. What shitty Bon Bon plush is lost media. In my opinion, though, whichever one they went with would be a strange choice for a plush anyway, at least given the constraints of their plushie line, because, as you can see, neither of them have a conventional shape. This is why we ended up with the plush FNAF Weeble Wobble here. If you're gonna try and make a standard plush of a character without legs, there's really nothing you can do aside from just taking the standard plush body and chopping off its legs. And that looks real strange sat next to the others. How can I fix this problem, though? Wouldn't my version just be like the exact same thing, but with a better face? I very well could do that, but that would look dumb and bad, so I'm not going to. There's really no point in trying to force these two unconventional character designs into a shape that they're not meant for, so Bon Bon and Bonnet aren't getting plushies in my hypothetical plushie line I've been building up here. However, I'm doing something else for them on the side as a fun little exception. This something is what, in my opinion, Funko should have just done from the very beginning instead of whatever this was. And that is hand puppets. Oh my god, why didn't she just make hand puppets? Like, that's so obvious, right? Little plush hand puppets are manufactured and sold all the time as toys. I have one of my son right here. This is a very easy thing they could have done. In fact, Funko actually did make two FNAF hand puppets. Not of the two literal hand puppet characters, mind you, but of Toy Freddy and Toy Bonnie. I don't really know. This is beyond my comprehension. I'll make your damn hand puppets. Here's Bon Bon. He's got a mouth he can flap and arms he can wiggle. All done with groundbreaking hand technology. And look at his funny teeth and silly eyes. I don't know. I don't have much to explain for this one. I done drawed him as a puppet. That's all I need to say. Oh, right, and here's Bonnet as well. Buy both and have them talk to each other. Make them kiss sloppy style. I can't stop you. Future Ty here. After I recorded voiceover for this video and started editing, Daco revealed Hex's Bon Bon hand puppet. So, we're gonna have an official one now. Yippee. I just wanted to throw that in here real quick. Alright, that leaves us with one more animatronic for this video. Buckle up, cause he's wild. He's crazy.
They burned me in scary fire.
Here's another one of those weirdo characters that probably wouldn't have had enough demand to warrant a plushie, hence why there is not one. There's at least like one diehard Yendo fan out there that's absolutely heartbroken over that fact though, and you know what? Whoever you are, wherever you are, this is for you. Although not quite as difficult to figure out as Funtime Freddy's Bon Bon Dilemma, this one did indeed require some time and in the thinking chamber. If you haven't noticed, Yendo is essentially just Freddy if he was made almost entirely out of wires. Not to be confused with the other two characters that fit that exact description, of course. This means we have a lot of absurd detail to simplify in an appealing way, which is a tough task. We've done it with the other two Endos, though, so definitely doable here. Here's my final design. Since Yendo is pretty much the same shape as Funtime Freddy, just in a wiry form, I went with our regular old plushie shape, just in color and stitching to get across the visual vibe we're going for. I suppose something crochet could get that vibe across too, which is actually something I considered utilizing for this design, given the unique circumstances, but upon further research, crochet is not something that can be mass-produced, at least ethically. So yeah, not something that could be reasonably expected of a plushie company, or at least shouldn't be. Looking at this design, you can see that the massive Yendo's wire makeup can be split into their own layered chunks, like these angled ones on his head here and this circle on his chest. I decided to use these as a basis for how I'd simplify all these lines, especially on his head. I used slightly darker and lighter shades of fabric to section off those areas with the help of some thicker seams to add more defined separation on a couple of spots. His body, though, aside from the distinct lighter circle here, is pretty much just a bunch of little thinner seams to aid in that almost spiderweb look he's got going on. After all that, though, the rest was just a matter of adding all the little details from his model, like his yellow eyes, black cheek circles, unique ears, and very small top hat. I like to imagine it's covering an equally small bump on the top of his head, like he's a cartoon character. All of this comes together to form a plush I'm surprisingly proud of. Like, this just might be my favorite of this batch so far. I don't know why. Didn't expect that of Yendo, of all characters. So yeah, he's done. And with that, we're about halfway through Sister Location. I love these ones. The fun times are super satisfying to work with. They translate to plushie very nicely with minor hiccups. At least so far. In the next episode, which, like I said, will be my next video, we'll move on to these guys. Sorry, theys. I forgot Freddy's was woke now. As always, be sure to let me know if you liked it, which one is your favorite, all that stuff. And, you know, subscribe, and like, and... Oh, fuck. No. No.
Hey.
Oh, hand unit, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how, you doing okay?
No.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd like to thank my Skrunklies over on Patreon. Thank you for supporting me. Prism, April B, Creative JK, Adelaide Parade, Soy Sauce Flavored Tide Pod, Chico Mode, Pua Liver, Fred Shrooms, Blargan Snorf, Rubbish Bunny, Siderian, Awesome Ace Z, Xeno Dude Face, Lilith Swordslander, Zayseer, Dominic, Fedco, Sledmasters, Certainly Cecilia, The Papini Bros Emporium, Rainbow Wave, Cat Does a Thing, Tawoji, Jurgen the Bull, Juliet with a Handgun, Skillemalink, Kong Men, Battle Axolotl, Jupe Tube, Fiku M Beans, Mallow, Bubblegum Bitch, Mary Fairy Quite Contrary, Armadio, Best BA Player Italy, Isakers, and BC Warfare. If you'd like to join these wonderful folks, you can check out my Patreon in the link in the description. Anyway,
Okay, guys.
thank you all for watching, and peace.
Anyway, guys, so... Let's see. I guess we have to watch another one. Anyway, guys, so I got done with my cans and my squats, and after probably gonna be like 10 or 5 minutes. I'm gonna do my jumping jacks and my walking. So yeah. How was your day at school? It was pretty good though. It was pretty good. I need to get like some of my classes changed though. I need to get my schedule changed, but but my dad always say that they, change my schedule every time. But like, they do change my schedule when school starts for like the first day, but this is gonna be my last year. This is gonna be my last year, and then we're gonna graduate in May 16th, which is gonna be early because I'm a 12th grader. That means I'm a senior and I'm getting ready to graduate. So yeah. So anyway, they're probably gonna change my schedule for a few classes, and I'm hoping that they put me in choir again because they did last time since I went to choir on my 10th year, and then last year they put choir on my schedule for 11th, and I want them to put choir on my 11th schedule since I'm 11th grader. Oh yeah, my sister's adult too. My sister Jay is adult. She already graduated. She graduated like in 2017, which was a couple of years ago. She graduated into 2017. She's like 26. I mean 25. She's gonna be 26 next year when her birthday comes. Hey, maybe you and maybe my sister and your brother can get together since I'm trying to find Jay a boyfriend.
Meg, go do your exercises now.
I already did my.
No, you didn't. Go do your
Yes, I
exercises.
did. I
Meg.
did. I just take a break. I'm gonna do.
No, do them now. Because it's already 8:30 something. And you still got to take your shower. Because you got to get up early in the morning.
Dad said I can take my shower when he get back since he's gonna buy me some more pads.
Do your exercises.
Bro, I am. I just taking a break.
No, you've been in here talking this whole entire time. Go finish your exercises. Right now.
Hey, it's me again. And in case you haven't seen it already, I'm just going to mention real quick that I have a merch store. You can get some Bizabizow shirts on there with me on them. This video background themed trans flag shirt, this fine squirt Buckley shirt, and most relevant to this video, you ever wonder what an animatronic themed around my channel aesthetics would look like if a certain company turned it into a charmingly bad plushie? Well, here's an artist's rendition of what that may look like, but on a shirt. I know that's a lot of mental gymnastics there. It's a funny plushie. It's a shirt with a funny plushie. There's also some fun little stickers and even a couple of mouse pads for you. You can get all this at and only at crowdmade.com/collection/bizabizow. Link in the description. It's a great way to support me and the channel, but you also get some cool things in the mail for it. It's a win-win. Go check it out. Okay, actual video time. Oh my god, guys, we're in deep trouble. We gotta make more FNAF plushies quick, or else this timer is gonna go off and it'll explode and the world will. If we, guys, I'm sorry. I wanted to do something cool for you this episode. I know how much you guys like cool action stuff and all that, so I thought I could like put something cool in here, but I couldn't pull through. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't deliver on the cool stuff, guys. Okay, since this is a part 2 to our last Fixing FNAF plushies, we'll be covering the other half of FNAF 4's animatronic roster that we didn't get to in that video. And I don't know why I always repeat this, as being completely content with just jumping directly into the middle of an ongoing series is like not something most people are willing to do, but go watch the last part and all the others if you haven't seen them. Okay, thanks. In this episode, we'll be covering all of the animatronics and animatronic variants that were added to FNAF 4 in its Halloween update, and also Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare, who were in the base game and aren't a part of the Halloween gang, but I wanted to save for the very end. I wanted them to be a little special. What do you know? I'm predictable. Just a few quick things before we start. Firstly, I wanted to show some more of your guys' fan work, specifically based on my designs from the last episode, because you guys started whipping up some amazing stuff almost immediately. I love it all. Y'all are the best. Look at this. They made Freddy, and it actually has the little, you can actually, oh my god.
Oh, hello again. It's me, Fluttertie. Sorry it's been so long. I was down in the mines. Ty forgot to mention that she incorrectly credited some art last time. This should actually be credited at Malfim on Twitter. Ty says she's very sorry. Oh, also, sorry my voice sounds different. Like I said, I've been down in the mines finding my fucking ores.
Secondly, just one more self-plug. I started streaming recently. Woohoo! I started playing some Metroid Prime Remastered with my good friend Oof Troop, and it's been a lot of fun.
I love when Freddy got real scared and said, Gregory, our security was breached. Gregory, we're ruined. Oh my god, we're ruined.
The plan is to keep streaming from here on out, so keep a lookout if you want to catch one live. If not, though, the VODs are all saved. Alright, that's all I needed to flap my mouth about this time. Let's get to making some plushies.
The jack-o'-lantern. The chocolate ice.
Jacko Bonnie and Jacko Chica are the only two characters in this episode that have Funko plushies, so we may as well start with them. These two, as we know, are simple recolors of the Nightmare Bonnie and Chica models. They were just Jack-o'-lanterned for the Halloween update with only minor structural changes. So, given that fact, I was extremely shocked to find out that for Jacko Bonnie, Funko didn't do their favorite thing in the entire world, just reusing a pre-existing plush base, even though that would have actually made complete sense in this case. Instead, they made a new base plush design for this guy with this thinner head, huge bean-shaped snout, and this jaw ring thing. And, you know, this actually looks more like the model than the regular Nightmare Bonnie plush does. It's still not that accurate, and it certainly doesn't look good, but it is an improvement. I gotta commend them for that, at the very least. Since we're going to be making a recolor of my Nightmare Bonnie design from the last episode anyway, it's not necessary to pick this design apart and talk about what we're changing and all that. I'm just showing it to you so you know it exists, and we'll know how much better ours will be. Hopefully. So, here's ours. The only thing I really had to worry about was the colors, which I made sure were more accurate than Funko's. Here we have darker pumpkin-y colors instead of super bright saturated ones. The most important part was making all of the body holes, especially eyes, all bright yellow to give them the appearance of being lit up from the inside. You know. There are a few small structural differences from Nightmare to Jacko, though. The most obvious are his missing eyeballs, but there's actually another one that you may or may not have noticed already. If it weren't for the fact that I had to study these designs intently for this series, much like Nightmare Foxy's different pupils that I mentioned last time, I literally would have never noticed that Jacko Bonnie's nose is missing. Yeah, it's just not there. This is probably to make him look more like a jack-o'-lantern with the nose hole and all, but the only time you ever see the light shining through it is in this teaser for the Halloween update, not in any of the actual renders in-game. So, really weird detail. I mean, it kind of shows through from some angles and help wanted, but, you know, source material, priority, and all that. For accuracy's sake, I also removed his nose, but instead of making the quote-unquote hole yellow, like the light is shining through, I just made it black. This is how he's seen in the game anyway, like I said. Also, I made Jacko Bonnie's bright red tie more of a rust color here to fit in with the color palette as a whole a bit better. It's just easier on the eyes. And that's pretty much it. On to the next one.
Now hold on, everybody. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Jacko Chica has just a little more going on. As you can see, pumpkin colors once more, no eyes, lit up body. all that good stuff. But this time, we have a new little magnetic buddy to make. Jacko Chica's Nightmare Cupcake was replaced with this little jack-o'-lantern here, going along with the theme in a really cute way. I'm not sure if calling this thing the Jacko Cupcake would be accurate, as it's a pumpkin, but you could maybe make the argument that this thing would be classified as a variant of the character, the cupcake, alongside the others. The wiki doesn't do this, though, so maybe don't listen to me. Oh, right, and here's Funko's design. It's kind of a Toy Chica recolor, but does have some additions that I briefly mentioned last time. Yeah, it's bad. You can just go ahead and toss that one, though. Don't worry about it. I got you a new one, pal. Here you go. Everything's pretty standard here. I grabbed the same Jacko colors, slapped them on Nightmare Chica, and took out his. But, of course, now I have the Nightmare Cupcake replacement. As you can see, it's a little more on the green side, which may seem incorrect to you, given that Help Wanted special delivery and most of her merch have standard orange ones. But no, in FNAF 4, it's decidedly not orange, but instead a yellowy green, which is a color that a pumpkin can be in real life, in case you were wondering. If you're a real FNAF head, though, you'd know that FNAF 4 and all Jacko Chica appearances from here on out actually aren't the only instances of this jack-o'-lantern model showing up. Not a lot of people know that coinciding with FNAF 4's Halloween update, there were also ones released for 1, 2, and 3's PC and original mobile ports. All they did was add little Halloween decorations to your office if your clock was set to October 31st, but look, it's not FNAF 2 though. I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, that's it for Jacko Chica. Now that those two are out of the way, it starts to get a little more interesting. All right, time to, wait. I have to make a standalone Jacko cupcake, don't I? Oh my god, this is the most boring one so far. No one has ever asked for this to be a plushie. Okay, I gotta pull out the big guns this time. Okay, so basically I made a bigger version of the small one, and it had stitches, like, it had stitches and there.
There just isn't room in here. Save me.
Although I'm not huge on the design, I can at least say that Nightmare BB will make for a somewhat easier time in the plushie conversion process, compared to the other Nightmares at least. Look, there isn't a single scratch on this guy. We haven't seen that for a while. He's also essentially just a wider headed version of his regular counterpart with a big old jaw and teeth, so even simpler. And here he is. Wait, that's not right. Hold on, sorry, I think I mixed up my files here. There we go. Sorry. Awkward. The first thing you'll probably notice is his big ol' silly stupid grin, which was, of course, crucial to get right. How else is he gonna say, hello? And hey, look, the return of the finger nubs. Since his long, crooked fingies are a big focal point for his design, and because they're the same size as the puppets, this is definitely an appropriate use for them. And before anyone says he has an incorrect digit count, it was on purpose this time. I stylized it to be 4 instead of 5 in cartoon fashion.
5 fingers, ooh, freak show.
Shut the fuck up, Bob!
So it looks strange to have an anatomically accurate number of fingers on a plush like this. So, back off. Compared to OG Balloon Boy, the colors are a little different, with purple stripes instead of blue, red eyes and nose instead of blue and orange respectively, and black buttons instead of white. Oh, and the blue propeller. I can't forget that. How would I be able to live with myself? And bada bing, bada loon, Nightmare Balloon Boy. That didn't make sense, did it? Fuck.
Don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat. Ma! Yo, there's a stray cat outside. I don't want it starting a fight with Lucy.
Okay, I said before that Nightmare Chica was my least favorite Nightmare design, but I changed my mind. I think it's actually this one. I appreciate the Mangle representation, but Nightmare Mangle is just so gross looking, and not in a good way. This looks more like a Nightmare fan design than an official one to me, honestly. Nightmare Foxy looked fine enough, I guess, but taking his head and putting these super bright Mangle colors on it just doesn't work, in my opinion. Also, this goofy, evil robot head, this This is a spirit Halloween decoration. But I gotta try my best to make this into a decent plushie, so let's go. I think the best way to go about this is the simplest one, starting with our regular Mangle's body with Nightmare Foxy's head and going from there. So this is my result. It's pretty messy looking, but it's honestly the best I can manage with this design. All things considered, I think I did a good job, but depends on how much you like the I guess. As you can see, I changed the bare metal part of the original Mangle to closer resemble this one, more in vibe than anything else, with a darker color as well, matching the one in game. The endo head is now rounded with a different face, roughly capturing the real thing's look. The legs now match Nightmare Mangle's better, with only one colored limb this time around, and two bare endo legs instead of just one. The head is Nightmare Foxy's, but sized down and with a slightly altered jaw, done to reduce the hypothetical head weight a little bit. But aside from that, it's pretty self-explanatory. An eye was removed, red cheeks and lips were added, and all the colors were changed to follow suit. And that's it, Nightmare Mangle. You may not want to hold that thing too close though, and make sure you have your rabies shots.
It's Slenderman!
I gotta stop myself from complaining about these designs. Let's just make it plushie, alright? This one we get to have a little more fun with, as this thing's got some extreme proportions. Namely, these incredibly long tentacle fingers, way longer than the original puppets. Given our past method, these will be similar to the little nub fingers we've included before, but a bit longer. Not nearly as long as the actual model, of course. They gotta stylize that shit. Everything else, for the most part, will be built off our original puppet, but altered to fit Nightmarion's appearance. Here's what I came up with. As you can see, the face has all the expected features, including the teeth, which are just flat stitching this time for the flat mouth, and the slight head shape change. The body is the puppet's with a wider chest, similar to Marion has, with some little rib plush parts added for the skeletal look. These are attached to this vaguely spine-esque plush part on their back here. FNAF 4 doesn't have any renders showing this model's backside, so this is based on Help Wanted's model. The legs were made to have a rhombus-y shape this time. The model's legs get wide in the middle and slender at either end. And of course the fingers. As discussed, these are longer than the puppets, but only moderately, as the tiny proportioned look has to be maintained for these plushies. These are indeed 3 fingers as well, just like the puppets, but are placed to look less like human hands. Also, you may have noticed the licorice-looking stitch lines on their arms and legs, and that's to give them the look of the model's twisted tentacle limbs. Also, side tangent, does anyone under 40 out there like black licorice? I'm genuinely curious. I don't think I've met a single younger person that has, and for good reason, because that shit's nasty. Drop a comment below if you like black licorice. Tell me to die. And Nightmarion is completed. Now it's finally time for big boys, the real big boys. Let's go. Now, I get why one would shy away from a design like that. Jump from this to this is quite extreme with the utter amount of detail added, so yeah, I could see Funko avoiding him in favor of other more plushy suitable designs. But that's if they cared at all. You know how Funko is. Look at how many reuses of the Freddy base they've done before. What's one more to throw on the pile? What was stopping them from making this yellow and purple and calling it a day? Hell, they made this fucking thing into a plush, and who gives a shit about the Twisteds? All this to say, it's quite strange why a Funko Nightmare Fredbear plush doesn't exist, even though it would most certainly be atrocious. But who needs Funko, right? Let's do what they couldn't do. Because, you know, we're making shit up and not actually making these physically. Once again, I'll just show the design and we'll go into detail as we go. And here he is. Wait, oh my god, I mixed it up again. There, okay. I'm sorry, I'm a darn mess today. The first thing worth mentioning is that this is the second time we've used the rounder body. The first was for Toy Freddy, who is also a notably rotund fella, although Nightmare Fredbear is even more so. The trickiest part of this design to get right was the head shape. Nightmare Fredbear has a very large head compared to all the other nightmares, which, aside from being yellow, is definitely his most defining feature. He's got that triple-decker, ultra deluxe fucking burger with extra cheese, sauce, extra patty. A lot of his head real estate is dedicated to his massive mouth, so I made sure to keep that shit tall and wide. His head shape is actually pretty similar to Nightmare Bonnie's, just way wider and with a smaller snout. Since Fredbear loves slurping on tar, I can't blame the guy. His model has these giant black gums connecting the teeth to the mouth, so I made the surrounding area of his mouth all black to give that look without actually giving him gums. You know my stance on that sort of thing. Something I've never understood about his design, but enjoyed anyway because of its uniqueness, are the weird little wing wire things he's got in his eyes. I don't know what they're supposed to be, aside from just an interesting little place to put some wires, but hey, I like it, and it's on the plush too. You might be wondering about the whole stomach mouth thing, and well, unfortunately, there was no way I could find to include teeth along his stomach line without cluttering the design up too much. So instead of doing that, I opted to make the vertical intersecting stitches longer, making his belly stitch way more prominent than the others, with a look closer to a mouth. Oh, and also the little finger stitches are silver and a slight bit longer than normal to match his slightly longer silver fingers that the other nightmares don't have. And that's pretty much all there is to say about this guy, but we do have one more to tack on as well. And he's Grody.
Did you not see the spaghetti? I did, and I know who you are. You're Nightmare.
No.
What the fuck?
Nightmare is another color swapped model, so we'll give him the usual. Here's my design. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Sorry about that. It's always fucking something. So, with Nightmare's design, I unfortunately had to just completely ignore the fact that he's translucent. Obviously, see-through plushies don't exist, although if this was a figure, he'd totally have that early 2000s electronic translucent thing going on. This, too, means his visible brain won't be accounted for, unfortunately. Though maybe there could be a little secret plush one hidden on the inside of his head if you cut him open, like Toby Fox's plushies. Don't cut your plush open though, please. He's just an opaque recolor here, which is totally fine in my book. I only ever think of Nightmare as a dark-colored Fredbear with a yellow hat and tie anyway. And wow, that's our 2 final FNAF 4 plushies completed. Would you look at that? We're finally done. This was definitely the most challenging bunch of characters to design for so far, by a long shot. But the challenge made these 2 vids a lot of fun to work on, especially with how much I ended up liking some of my designs in particular. It is a huge relief, though, knowing that we won't have to deal with this kind of withered, toothy animatronic design trend ever again. At least not nearly as visually dense as the Nightmares. Thank God. I don't know if my wee girl could handle it. So, with FNAF 4 done, our plushie count has to 51 characters, 25 of those being ones with existing Funko plushies, and 26 without. Imagine how many moths you could feed with all that cloth and material. Moths eat clothes and cloth and stuff, don't they? When we get back to making FNAF plushies again, we'll be on sister location, which means we get to go back to making some gay-looking animatronics into plushies. That'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait. Anyway, I don't really have any wacky bit to end this video on, so, hey, you know what you should watch? I think you should leave on Netflix. That's required viewing material for this channel, alright? They added a new feature to YouTube just for me, that it checks for I think you should leave in your browser history. And if it's not there, it blocks all my videos for you, forever, until you watch it. You can't do them. This is real. There's a timer counting down. The world will end if you don't. And as always, I'd like to thank my Skrunklies Patreon. Thank you for supporting me. Spider Bee, Prism, April B, Creative JK, Adelaide Parade, Maylin, Soy Sauce Flavored Tide Pod, Galaxy, Chico Mode, Pewilliver, Fred Shrooms, Blarkin Snarf, Frigid Duck, Zealous, Rubbish Bunny, The Siberian, Goji Dragon, Awesome Ace Z, Xeno Dude Face, Wunga, Marcy Ho, Lilith Swartzlander, Just Jenny, Fedco, Zayseer, Wilford MF Worf, Daniel the Spaniel, Certainly Cecilia, The Papini Bros Emporium, The White Sludge Monster, Kana-chan-san, Sled Masters, and Cat Does a Thing. If you'd like to join these wonderful folks, you can check out my Patreon in the link in the description. Anyways, thank you for watching, and peace out.
Hey, oh! Don't think I didn't see you steal my completely original character Nightmare JJ, you twat! I saw her on screen for like a full 3 seconds. And unfortunately for you, so did my gaggle of wires. Don't think you... Wait, did she leave already? She gone? Are you fucking kidding?
So anyway, guys, my sister Jay will be mad if I like talk to you guys. So I'm just gonna put a couple videos on. But yeah, my sister Jay would be very mad if I just talk to you guys a lot. Since she was pretty mad when I decided to take a little break after my cans and my squats exercise. When I just came in the room like a few minutes and just start talking to you guys. But I'm doing my walking right now, and it ends like in an hour. So yeah.
15 September 2015. On this fateful day, a strange man named Toby Fox replies to multiple tweets. Very weird tweets. I've been waiting for you to get here. How long has it been? How many years? It doesn't matter. I knew you would come back. So, what do you say? Won't you play with me again? And then, nothing was ever the same. Alright, you have no idea how much I wanted to do this video. It's been on my mind since months. I'm so happy to finally bring it up to you. Undertale is one of my favorite games of all time, and sharing this topic with you all is something I've wanted for a long time. Even if it's going to be a really dark side, because it's also a topic that deeply touches me. Of course, this video will be much better to understand if you've already played it, but if you don't know anything about the game, do not worry, I'll try to make it understandable enough even for those in the dark. This is going to be a long video, so prepare the snacks, trust me, you'll need them. And don't forget to like and subscribe because I will need support by the end of this video. You'll see soon enough. And without further ado, let's get into it. To really understand, I'm going to explain what's Undertale first. Don't worry, it's just going to be a quick summary so I don't lose anyone. Undertale is a game made by Toby Fox, and his story is already quite a success even before the release of the game. From a Kickstarter asking for $5,000 for the funding of his game, he received 10 times the amount. So people were already expecting a lot out of it, and they were not disappointed. The game upon its release got really popular. No, but like, really popular. I mean, it's not like they played Megalovania in front of the Pope. And apparently, after that, MatPat proceeded to give him a copy of Undertale? What kind of timeline are we living in? This game transcended the internet. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone was making memes of it. Let's players would get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views for their playthrough. It was groundbreaking. I mean, Seth is in Smash for crying out loud. But what could Undertale be about to make so many people go crazy about it? Well, the story of the game goes like this. Two races, the humans and the monsters, were at war against each other. The humans won and decided to trap the monsters underground and created magic barriers so no monsters could get out. One day, however, a human child accidentally falls underground and you, the player, are this child. Your goal being to go back home. While you're in the underground, you'll find monsters that will either help you with your quest or come in your way. And when that happens, you'll have to fight them. And this is where it gets interesting. You have multiple choices. You can kill the monsters or spare them by befriending them. And based on this choice, your progress and ending will change. In this case, you have three routes. The neutral route, where you kill some monsters and spare some, it's usually the most common route to have first and leads to a whole bunch of endings depending on which monster you kill or not. Then you have the mercy or pacifist route, in which you spare every monster. And finally, you have the can't say that word anymore, no mercy route, in which you kill everyone. Okay, so that was a long explanation, but it's necessary to comprehend the complexity of the mechanics. Well, once you're accustomed to it, it's not really that complex, but for a beginner, it can be quite a weird and complicated process. And that, fans are aware, and a bit too much actually. See, the game gained a massive fandom, and with it, its hold of toxicity. I mean, remember Markiplier's Let's Play of this game? No? Well, it's normal. He stopped after 2 episodes because everyone kept harassing him, saying he was playing Undertale the wrong way. What the fuck does that mean? And that's exactly what I'm about to bring up in this video. The Undertale community didn't do only mischief. There were a lot of good things, but there were also a lot more bad cases. I'll bring up some subjects that happened over the years that I was also exposed to at the time. The first time I got into the game was in 2017. Granted, it was 2 years after its release, but I'm still a veteran, so trust me, I know what I'm talking about. This video will cover subjects in general. I won't dive into details much, because if I did, we would be sitting for more than 3 to 4 hours, but I hope you like it. It's the first time I'm doing something like this, so don't forget to tell me what are your thoughts on it. And now, let's really get into it. No one can deny the fact that one of the many aspects Undertale is popular and loved for is its soundtrack. Not only is it amazing, but it's also used a lot outside of the game, whether by YouTubers for their videos, like me, or even as far as ABC News. Yes, they played Sense's theme on the news. This is not a drill. And a big reason why is not only because the soundtrack is fire, but also copyright free. Kinda. I'll explain in a few minutes. What you have to know is also the fact that a lot of people do remix of these songs and use them for their fan animation, comics, project, and most importantly, fan games. Undertale Yellow is an Undertale prequel fan game released in December of 2023, created by the Undertale Yellow team, and that was in the works for 7 years? Holy shit! Okay, so for those unfamiliar with the Undertale lore, at one point in the game you find out that you are not the first human who fell into the underground, and you might be starting to understand now. In this fan game, you play as one of the humans who fell before you. And I didn't play it, but from the reviews and extracts I've seen, it looks like a fairly good game. So what's the problem? Well, this man. This person is Sebastian Wolf, the CEO of Materia Games, a company that manages the copyright for Toby Fox's soundtracks. And one day, he decided to post a tweet attacking Undertale Yellow, claiming copyright for some of the logos, but also and primarily for the music. Okay, now you might be thinking, wait, didn't you say the music was copyright free? Well, it is. Notice. If you've ever uploaded a YouTube video containing Undertale/Deltarune music, especially gameplay videos, and received a copyright notice, always dispute it and it should be resolved in your favor. We apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, but if that's the case, again, what's the problem? Well, I don't know. And the community had the same reaction, asking Wolf what the hell he was babbling about. But he answered with multiple tweets telling that Undertale Yellow doesn't have the rights. He went as far as changing Materia game policies and saying that fan games are not allowed. And it would have probably been a problem if the Undertale Yellow team were getting profits for it, but no, the fan game is fucking free. So again, why? And after a while, Wolf, not being a spiteful individual, decided to post in the most professional and respectful way possible. How about this? Show me clearly defined permission that Toby granted 7 years ago, which covers all of these uses. And I'll personally donate $10,000 to Undertale Yellow Devs team and retract this whole thread. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Okay, so I showed you earlier that Toby definitely stated that we had permission. He decided to post a tweet that basically said, yeah, no, sorry for my associate's childish and immature behavior. You can totally use my music. Actually, you know what? I'll even give you $20,000 to the charity of your choice. How's that? I don't know what's the most humiliating for Wolf. The fact that Toby wrote this, or the fact that it was sent by the Undertale Yellow account. Alright, now that there's a lot more going on this story, I only covered the basic of it. If you want more info, here are the link of these two videos by Serial Introvert and Sibley DJ. They explain it much better and in much more detail than me, and yes, I know, this story is actually portraying a pretty positive outlook of the community, so why bring it up? Well, let's just say I wanted to start with something nice before the end of this video where I'll be losing my shit. And without further ado, let's begin with the negatives. Fan animations. You have no idea how many there are for Undertale. Not only that, but they're also crazy popular. You literally have no idea. I mean, remember the Undertale animation on the music Echo? Not only was this popular, but I swear to you, that's actually how I got interested in this game in the first place. Watching that video was what got me to watch a Let's Play of it. I found a French YouTuber. Today, I binged all of it. It's still a freaking core memory to this day. I remember we had guests in the house, but I would still watch the Undertale playthrough even with some of my friends around me. The Undertale animation community is for the most part a really good aspect of the Undertale fandom. So, why am I bringing this up? Okay, this one was kind of a big deal back then, so you maybe already know what I'm about to bring up. But for those who don't, you'll see. This is kind of funny, but also kind of annoying. Let me explain. In December 2015, so 3 months after the release of Undertale, a new music video is posted on YouTube titled Sense Battle Stronger Than You, Undertale Animation Parody. Basically, it's an animation video portraying the fight against Sense, this character, in the No Mercy route, while the song, well, cover of the song, Stronger Than You, plays in the background. And this particular video got really popular. No, but like really, really popular. To the point that covers of that particular cover song started emerging too. There were versions where Kara would sing, other versions where it would be Frisk, and so on. And all of them would also get millions of views. They were popping like balloons in a field of needles. Here's the thing though, you probably noticed it, but I said that in the original video, a cover of the song was played. Well, it's because this song originally came from the show Steven Universe, in which one of the characters sings it during the finale of season 1. Okay, so far now you must be thinking, okay, so several users starting doing Undertale covers? song and got popular and all, but I don't see the problem though. And you would be correct if that was all that was into it. See, the thing is, the covers videos got so popular that still today they literally have more views than the original. And we're not talking about a couple of thousands or 100,000 views difference, but millions views gap. Like, I'm not even joking. I discovered Stronger Than You through Undertale. I didn't even know it was from Steven Universe at the time. Heck, I don't even think I knew what was Steven Universe. And honestly, I'll say it was kind of funny at first, until some dumbass motherfuckers started claiming that Steven Universe, the show where the song came from, stole the song from the Undertale video. Yes, you heard me right. They accused the show of plagiarism against its own fucking song. What? It got so big that some people had to step up and say, no, you ducks Marty Balls. They didn't steal the song. You duckling blind asses couldn't do a freaking Google search that would have literally answered your debate in like 5 seconds. Also, link in the description. Squished Anam and Cursed Cat Alastair stickers. This code right there gives you 30% off. Now back to the video. Shipping in a community can be a pretty big deal, but for a fandom as huge as Undertale, let me tell you, it's nuclear. There are official ships, of course, like Alphys and Undyne, or people wanting Asgore and Toriel to be a thing again. And there's less official, like Sense and Toriel, Mitata and the Papyrus, Flowey and World Domination, you get the grip. I'm not a huge fan of these ships, except for Undyne and Alphys, of course, but most of them are just quick fun and games, so I don't really have a problem with it until... If you've seen my Has-Been Hotel crack ship video, you should already know that with a huge fandom comes really weird and disturbing ships, and we're gonna review some of them. The first one being... Alright, so this one is pretty famous. Sans is the ship between Sans and Frisk. It got a massive fandom, especially alternate universes version. If you don't know what our alternate universe is, don't worry, I'll explain it much later in this video, but just know that this ship is so popular that it caused the author of the alternate universe Flowerfell to just ditch the internet completely. Now you know how big this is. And no, I won't bring this story to the table. If you're interested in that story, I linked this video by Streamline Workshop in the description. She talks all about it. This ship, not only is it too popular, it's also very weird. Because, just a reminder, Frisk is a kid. In best cases, people age up Frisk. In worse, she's still a kid in this shit. And it's pretty easy to find content of this, especially on YouTube. I would find oddly and very disturbingly sexualized content with this too. Oh, and just to tell you, I was still a kid when I got across this shit. Shit that I found on YouTube. I swear, people also have weird headcanon, like when they use their soul to pleasure themselves. Okay, stop. Let's move on. Alright, so what do we have next? No. Okay, Voncest. What the fuck? Yeah, I can already see the people who know just dying right now, but for those who don't, it's a play between the words font, which is a writing font, and cest, that comes from the word... Okay, we get it. Like a lot of you might have guessed, it's the ship between Sans and Papyrus. For the minority with no context, they're brothers. Yeah, and there's a lot of people into it, surprisingly. And there's a lot of fan arts and comics out there. Okay, wanna know what's my biggest problem here? The fact that I stumbled into all of that so easily on YouTube when I was still a kid. I still remember this fateful day. I was scrolling through Undertale videos when I found this one that said nonsense. Innocent little me at the time was curious to know what that was and then got straight up traumatized. I still remember the drawings and the tongues and the glowing colorful sausages. What do they even have that? They're freaking skeleton, for crying out loud. And I won't continue. You see what I'm talking about. And there's a lot, I mean a lot of cursed ship and cursed fan art that I would have never wanted to let my eyes lay their gaze on. And while this is problematic, shipping still remains a huge deal in this fandom. But when talking about problematic shipping, I think there's one person that emphasized this whole madness. One person that a lot of people might think out or recognize when I mention the shipping community controversy in Undertale. Blog the Great Roach. This is gonna be bad. Okay, so for you all to understand this whole mess of a situation, I'll have to explain some basics. This is gonna take a while, but trust me, it'll all be relevant to understand this whole ordeal, so please, bear with me. I'm sure a lot of you already know the concept of alternate universes, but for everyone to fully grasp what I'm about to tell, I'm going to explain right now. Alternate universes, or more commonly called AUs, are, like the title says, alternate universes of a certain media made by fans. For example, let's say I'm watching Cinderella, but someone made a version of her where she's the villain and the stepmother is actually the good guy. We will then be calling it an alternate universe, an AU. It's kind of like a multiverse, but this time the universes in question are fanon. For the really clueless people out there, I must be talking gibberish because why the fuck would I bring this minor stuff in the conversation? Well, because this minor stuff, as you said, is a huge deal in the Undertale community. To give you an example, let me introduce you to Underswap, an Undertale AU made by Popcorn Prince on Tumblr. All the characters have their personalities and roles swapped. For example, in this AU, Toriel and Asgore are swapped, which means the queen of the monsters who want to destroy the barrier is Toriel, and the caretaker of the ruins trying to keep you occupied there is Asgore. And it's like that with all the characters. Santa Papyrus are swapped, Alphys and Undyne are swapped, even Frisk is swapped with Kara, making the first fallen human actually Frisk. And you might think that it's just some Tumblr user making his little fan arts in their corner. Well, no! Try just typing Underswap in the YouTube research bar and you'll find like tons and tons of fan arts, fan animations, track, fan games, and all of that stuff making millions of views. And it's not only one. Underfell, Story Shift, Aftertale, Horrortale, and again, millions of views. And a lot of times, Sense is the most popular character or the center of the AU sometimes, making him the sole character of a particular AU. There's even people making animated web series of those AUs, and they're good. I swear, go see Underverse made by Gel on YouTube. Not only is her series really good, but she's also in the majority of the time the sole animator on her show. Look at this, that's insane! Okay, and now you're probably thinking, well, what does this blog the Great Rude have to do with any of that stuff? Okay, now I'll need to introduce you to some characters. Fine-made characters. I promise it will all come in handy later, so bear with me. So now let me present to you Inksense, made by Miebi/Comiet on Tumblr. He is the protector of all the AUs and ensures that people make more AUs for him to watch over. Bear with me. And now we have Aerosense, made by Lover of Piggies on Tumblr. He's kind of Ink's nemesis. His goal is to destroy all the anomalies, aka AUs, and of course, Inksense is always there to prevent him from doing it. Okay, now I want you all to guess what happens when two rivals are put in front of a massive, kind of deranged community. Yep, they're shipped together. Yeah, so a lot of people ship these two characters together. Five main characters, by the way, and it's a huge ship in the fandom. Like, it's not a thing you'll see in the remote website. Oh, and if you think this is bad, bear with me. Meet Paper Gem. Again, who is this, you might be wondering? So, in better cases, which is a minority, he's a fusion between Ink and Arrow. In worst cases, which is a majority, he is their son. Yep, you freaking heard me. The fanship of fan-made characters have a fan-made kid. Bear with me. Meet Palette, the son of Swapsense and Sense. Swapsense comes from the Underswap AU we overlooked a while back, and Dream comes from an AU that has his whole fucking story with cursed apple and trees. It's kind of like the Garden of Eden, but under-telefied. Bear with me. And now meet Goth, son of Reaper Sense and Gino. Gino comes from Aftertale, which is a pretty good AU actually. Go check it out. And Reaper Sense coming from Reaper Tale, in which all the characters in there are fucking deity. I'm not kidding. In this one, Sense is apparently the god of death. It's a whole mess. And if you think all of this is going too far, Palette and Goth are shipped together. Yeah, so we have a ship between two fan-made characters that are also the product of four fan-made shipped characters that are, and I remind you, all based on one single character. How the fuck did we get to that? When I told you this would be a mess, I was kidding. Okay, and now you're probably gonna be asking for the dozens of time now, what the fuck is Block the Great Rouge? Well, unfortunately for you, I finally finished explaining the basics, which means we're finally going to go over that story. You're not ready, trust me. For the last time, please, bear with me. So, Belle the Great Rouge is a Tumblr artist. Yes, I know, shocker. And she started becoming really popular with her Undertale artwork, especially her shipping artwork and the AUs she's made around it. Her AUs revolves a lot around Q&A stories, but what are those, you may ask? It's when people will ask questions or make commentaries to the characters, and the authors will draw said characters answering and reacting to these comments, continuing the story. She made a lot of those, but for the sake of the length of this video and my sanity, we're going to talk more about just some stuff she created. After this video, if you're still curious and want to know more, I will link these two very well made and documented videos by Streamline Workshop and Dreamer. They made a long and complete video about this subject, and I highly recommend it to you if you want a really detailed documentary about this case. And even if I used to watch her stuff, so I have a great memory of the stories, I highly inspired myself with their video to jump this really not reliable brain of mine. I also got some footage from their videos since Blog deleted a lot of her artworks. So yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna present to you 3 universes made by this artist, and we're going to go crescendo from better to worse. And when I say better, I'm comparing it to the other one, so that means it's also bad. So first we have PJ's Daycare. It's a fun universe where all of the AU senses are toddlers in a daycare, and the one taking care of them is Paper Jam, aka PJ. So in this universe, all the ship kids are either adults like PJ or teenagers like Palette and Goth, while the IU senses are like between, I don't know, 2 to 5. Well, already you might be thinking, wait, so PJ's parents, Ink and Error, are like toddlers while he's an adult? Yeah, no. Actually, Block parents, their creator. Like, for example, Swap Sense has been created by Prince. So in this universe, they are Swap Sense parents, and so on. That also means that if a creator made multiple senses, those will be automatically brothers. That's the case of Geno, Error, and Fresh Sense. Yeah, so the story, like I said before, revolves around Q&A. The community asks questions, and Blog makes the characters answer, continuing the story forward. And oh, come on, we're bored. Can't you go faster on your explanation? Oh, you want me to go faster? Alright, so at one point in the story, Error Sense gets sick so bad that he goes to the hospital, and his brother Gino thinks he's dead. Then, being the oldest and feeling guilty about it, he decides to run away and go to a cliff to commit too fast? Yeah, so the story was weird at certain points, but this was kind of an out of nowhere situation. Like, we go from 0 to 100 in a heartbeat. Oh, and I'm still talking about the toddler, by the way. We don't even have confirmation that his brother's dead, and he already wants to off himself, leaving his third brother behind. Well, at least we know who's the favorite. Of course, the employees of the daycare arrives and try to talk him out of skydiving with no equipment, resulting him in walking forward and... It's okay, Goth. He's alright. He just moved a little bit. Okay, look, I know you're scared and all, but it's really not the moment to play damsel in distress here, especially when you have a toddler about to backflip himself to the sharp edge of these rocks at the bottom of this cliff. But would you know it, PJ comes to the rescue, and of course, in front of this desperate situation, he knows exactly what to say to... What do you think you're doing? Wait, what? Okay, so I do not have a degree in psychology, nor am I qualified to talk about this subject, but one thing for sure, and hear this advice: if you see someone about to off themselves, don't say that to them. I can't believe I'm actually saying this. Then after that, PJ reveals his brother is still alive and well in his arms, making Gino go down and joining him. Bruh, dude, you could have said that first. And then everything goes back to normal. I'm not even kidding. After that, we're going to some romance shenanigans, and we're never bringing this subject to the table ever again. This is so weird and also really inconsiderate. And if you think that's bad, oh, you're not ready for the next universe. Jamie's love. This time around, Ink is an adult and is PJ's father. And Ink is married / in a relationship with Error, while Fresh Sense has a thing going on with PJ, making a comedic / romantic story. Okay, so I haven't introduced Fresh Sense yet, but to make it simple, he's kind of a troll fan made sense, and he's also heavenly shaped with Baby. Alright, well, this is pretty weird already. You might be thinking, yeah, it's not that bad if you compare it to the enlivening toddler story. There are some informations that I didn't give you. So, Fresh is an adult. Well, PJ is approximately 14 or something. Not only that, but this thing is extremely sexualized. Like, for example, at one point, Ink, being a rational individual, says that they shouldn't go on a date. To which Error, to shut him up, decides to do, like Meyer says, the
Devil's Tango.
Oh my god. And there's also scenes where PJ is almost essaying Fresh, and when I say almost, I mean he kind of is. This story is a mess. Okay, so this is already pretty disgusting. Not only are we glorifying essay here, we're also glorifying PJ's behavior. How great. But I mean, this can't possibly get worse. Okay, this time we're focusing on another couple, Palette and Goth. Palette is shocked while Goth is a nerd, and they are also childhood friends, and Goth has a huge crush on Palette, but unfortunately, Palette is as clueless about it as Adrian and Grist. So one day, after another "you're just my friend" moment, Goth snaps, and you might be thinking, oh, what is he gonna do? Confess his love to him? He's gonna be mad and shout at him? I wish, because he actually airword him. And no, I'm not making a joke. Heck, I may be tactless sometimes, but even I wouldn't joke on a subject like this. And I won't later on either, because this is just horrible. Blog, what is wrong with you? Continuing the story forward, the next day after this event, Palette is understandably broken, which makes Goth feel guilty about it. Yeah, it took you long enough, man. Actually, he feels so guilty about it that he decides to unalive himself again. But Palette sees him and goes to catch him. And you know what? I'm just gonna voice this scene so we can see in real time how this goes. You can trash talk about my voice acting skills all you want. I don't care. No, Goth, stay with me. Oh my. I have to call. Think that's crap. Why are you calling for help? Didn't you want this? Whoa, damn, we're already out there guilt-tripping the victim. How great. You're really smooth. So what exactly is Polly gonna say to God? What are you talking about? I never wanted you to kill yourself. This idea never even crossed my mind. I mean, sure, I was extremely mad at you for what you did, but it's not like I never wanted to do that with you. Huh? I tried to stay loyal to our friendship, but it's hard. You're just so dreamy. I thought maybe someday we can be lovers. I wanted to take things slow before, that's why I was shocked of what happened. I don't know if you remember, but I didn't really fight back or even call for help when you did that to me because it wasn't anyone that did that. It was you, and that somehow made me feel safer. You don't have to feel bad anymore. I'm glad you were the one to take my virginity. I love you, Goth. Putain de merde, mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ce bordel, sa mère! I snapped for a moment. Okay, so after that, they managed to save Goth, and him and Palette start dating. J'en ai marre. Yeah, and that's the gist of it. And I'm definitely not saying that because I don't want to read this trash anymore. Like I said, if you want to have more details on this story, these 2 videos from the Streamline Workshop Dreamer are more detailed and more complete than what I did, because trust me when I say I've just covered the surface. And right now, I'm sure you're all wondering, wait, why the fuck did you told us about those stories? And this is where I'm gonna lose a lot of people, so please, before anything, watch until the end. So, I used to like these stories. FBI, open up! Okay. This is the part where you're going to have to listen to me. I said I used to like these comics because at the time I was watching them, I was 12 to 13. Literally, I didn't know any better. I was a kid, and this right there might be my biggest problem with Block the Great Root. Remember the videos that talked in details about her? I read the comment section, and a lot of them were saying that they used to like and watch her stuff when they were the same age as me or no older than 8 to 9 years old. That's fucking worse. And this is what the majority of her fandom was. Little children that didn't know better and were happily watching glorified R-word and stuff. Guys, why do you think the controversy around her started blowing up only 2 to 3 years ago? Because the people who used to watch her stuff grew up. And as they grew, they started noticing how messed up that shit was. Me included. Of course, after that, it became a huge controversy. Blog decided to respond to it and made a long-ass post, and I'll read some of it to you. And then the person who made the rant goes up about my other shit post I use, and I don't want to repeat myself. And they go on throwing shit that I normalize people. Yeah, all your old Tumblr people love to just throw around that P word like that, don't you? What I know is that if you were to find out someone else is an actual goddamn P, you're supposed to report them or call the fucking police. But no, according to Tumblr, you just block them because they hurt your feelings. Ew, so wholesome, so quirky. Catch me coming on a real goddamn minor and then we'll talk. And no, that doesn't mean I'll draw that shit. If you ever find my not safe for work site, it's full to the brim with adults. Not everything cute and kawaii is a minor, you creeps. You're the one who drew that stuff. The fuck are you talking about? I ain't fazed by any of this, especially after 2016. A lot of poor souls that used to be on Tumblr talk about their younger selves on YouTube and how they just wanted to draw out of proportion, obviously deprived from reality shit just for shit and giggles, and how they got beaten to pulp for it. That weird, obviously non-realistic shit always finds a way to become something political to these people. Because it is. It's a law. You can't draw, post, or possess any of that stuff. Find my skeleton or not, you shouldn't be doing this. Like, are you all proud of yourself for almost ruining those people's lives just because they drew things you didn't like? Hell, most of them were kids when they first joined Tumblr. I'm lucky I was an adult when I joined the internet. What a wonderful life we live in if we mind our own goddamn business. Would be if those ships didn't involve people behavior, rape, and a relationship and situation that you glorify in your comics. If you want to make a rant about something or someone you don't like, go ahead, but don't assume gross creepy shit because of it. Here's an example to think about. In the Neanderthal fandom, a lot, and I mean a lot of people are into Fonsest, aka Sensix Papyrus, another ship I hate. And they are brothers. Think about it. Do you really think that all those people are actually into Fonsest? You really think that you cracked the code and found a whole gold mine this freak just by looking up Fonsest? No, because, like, I mean, it's just silly and it ain't true. It kind of is. In fact, Fonsest shippers mostly always say that it's only for the sake of fictional shipping. They ain't gonna fuck their siblings just because they ship two shitty walking, stalking skeletons. I mean, why else would they fantasize about this ship or even draw them as a couple? Whole lot of characters you can ship with Seth, so why his brother? You're not gonna tell me that it's just some shitpost and they never thought about it IRL. If so, why pair them in the first place? Yeah, that was a lot. And the thing is, she doesn't comprehend how much the situation affected her fandom. Remember the comment section I was talking about? Take a look at them. A lot are literally saying that they thought the behavior portrayed in her comics was normal, and getting groomed in the process. That's just straight up horrible. Yes, you can't control your fandom. You can't control the people watching your stuff. I get it. That doesn't justify you doing anything you want, especially glorifying something as outrageous as this. And maybe I would have had a little bit more sympathy if she was maybe a teen during that stuff, you know? Maybe she didn't know any better too. But she was in her late 20s when she started this shit. As of today, she should be in her 30s. So you do exactly what you were doing, and that's even worse. Okay, look, the Undertale community was a huge deal, and it's still the case today. Fortunately, we don't see too much of the filthy things anymore, but there's still remnants. If you type Blog the Great Doge on her YouTube research bar, you'll still see some of her work on some videos. If you type Fonsest, there are a lot of them too. See, my problem isn't only with the fact that people fantasize about those things, it's also the fact that the Undertale fandom was mostly very young, and were exposed to things that they never should have seen. And I know what I'm saying. I literally was one of them. Heck, do you want to know how I mostly learned English? It was by watching Undertale comic dub videos. This is how much Undertale affected me, but it was also a lot to bear. Right now, I've just made a huge summary, but there's a lot more. The Flowerfell incident, Glitch Tale 2, the harassment of something, it was a lot. but not only. Like I've said, a whole part of this era was messed up, but there were also pretty good sides. I mean, just hearing the Stronger Than You parody makes me super nostalgic. A lot of the AUs are really good, some parodies are too tight for What's in Your Pillow is just a monster, I swear, and some Let's Play quotes are literally stuck in my mind. And the game in itself is just amazing. It changed my life forever, and I'll always be grateful for it. And remember the Sebastian Wolf case incident? Not all the fandom is trash, and today, thanks to all of this, we got Deltarune, which is also really good. I can't wait for the next chapters. What I'm trying to say is, even if things got bad, a lot good came out. And I think we should focus on that. Because while this was a long journey, I think the direction it's taking is worth it. And thank you all for watching this really long video. Woof! Please leave a like and share because I definitely didn't take that much time into this just to make one view. I beg you, I suffer for it. And also, please be careful when you're on the internet because there are really messed up things that shouldn't be this easily accessible. Thank you again for 10,000 subs. It really means a lot to me. Don't forget to follow me on my social media and I'll see you around.
This is our only way home. Deep down. You're quiet today. Deep down. Not much to say. Deep down. You hide a reason for sure. I got a secret I can no longer keep. Deep down. You know that we are the same. I opened the windbag while you were asleep. Leaving them feeling betrayed. Breaking the bonds that
hooches.
Hello.
Run for your life! Run in your sorrow and fears. Choke on your blood and your tears. Please tell you run out of years. We must do what it takes to survive. Give up your honor and faith. Live up your life as a die in the blood where you face. We must do what it takes to survive. We are the same, you and I.
So, are you ever going to tell me who went?
What a weird question, my dear. I thought you liked my mysterious persona.
Of course I do, darling. You're like a little puzzle. I love it. But vanishing without a trace for 7 years? Honestly, Al, you had me a little worried this time.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear that, but you never need to worry about me, love. I'm perfectly fine.
I don't know about that. Your darling smile hasn't really reached your eyes since you came back. Did something happen to you, my friend? So what if it's us? What if it's us and only us?
Yeah.
And what came before won't count anymore or matter. Can we try that? What if it's you? And what if it's me? And what if that's all that we needed to be? And the rest of the world falls away. What do you say?
I never thought there'd be someone like you who would want me.
Well,
So I give you 10,000 reasons to not let me go. But if you really see me, if you like me for me and nothing else, that's all that I've wanted for longer than you could possibly know. So it can be us, and only us. And what came before won't count anymore or matter. We can try that, it's not so impossible. Nobody else but the two of us here, 'cause you're saying it's possible. We can just watch the whole world disappear.
Put your flip flop on. Come on, we got time.
It's just you and me.
it'll be us and only us. And what came before won't count anymore.
We can try that, you and me.
Those who know the most about the heart know that Mazola corn oil can help lower cholesterol 2 times more than extra virgin olive oil. And you know who knows a lot about the heart? Mazola. Make it with heart.
What have you done? Cheeks on lipstick, fantastic, make it
They didn't take your tongue, kiddo.
The Easy Bake Oven is a working toy oven introduced in 1963. What's crazy is that the original toy used a light bulb as a heat source to heat up your food in this oven. But then years later, they put an actual heating element into the oven. 500,000 Easy Bake Ovens were sold in the first year it came out, which is crazy. And then by 1997, 16 million more had sold. So I can't even imagine how many were sold up until 2017. I think they stopped making them after 2017. The oven comes with packets of cake mix and small round pans. After water is added to the mix in the pan, it is pushed into the oven through a slot. After cooking, the cake is pushed out through a slot on the other end. So the reason why this Easy Bake Oven took off so quickly was because no one had ever seen an oven that kids could use, right? Because ovens and children don't really go well together. It's a bit dangerous. So when parents saw that this was actually a safe thing for their kid to use, they were like, oh my gosh, let's get it. In the end, it wasn't the most safe thing, but we're going to talk about that in a second. So let's get into some of the interesting facts. So in 2002, they tried to come out with an Easy Bake Oven for boys. And this failed miserably. There was a huge controversy around it. It just didn't do well. In 2002, they released a more masculine version of this oven called the Queasy Bake Cookerator. The Queasy Bake Cookerator. What? I love how they say a more masculine version, as if it's not okay for a guy to just use the one they had before. Can't kids just decide what they want to play with? This allowed boys to make unappetizing recipes like mud and crud cakes and drip and drool dog bones. So this boy Easy Bake Oven just allowed them to make really gross stuff. This was discontinued very soon after it was released because no one was buying it. People were confused. Boys didn't want to use it. It just didn't do well at all. And it was just controversial because people didn't get why there needed to be a pretty pink and purple one and then a gross, drooly slime one for boys. Why did it have to be such opposites? The next fact is that in 2012, they came out with a gender-neutral Easy Bake Oven, which is something that I can actually vibe with. There was this petition that was made by a teenage girl in 2012 to have this company make a gender-neutral one, and this teenage girl got so many signatures, it was actually amazing, that they actually came out with one. It says they released a black, silver, and blue toy oven after meeting with this teen, because at the time, the Easy Bake Oven was only available in pink and purple. So people just found it so appalling that boys were never used in any promotional materials, they were never in commercials, they were never in magazines. So this girl said, I feel like this sends a clear message that women cook and men work. So that's why everyone was so happy when they came out with this gender-neutral Easy Bake Oven. So let's get into some of the very scary accidents that happened with the Easy Bake Oven. Because as you can imagine, it's an oven, it's hot, things are gonna happen. In February of 2007, they recalled over 1 million Easy Bake Ovens. This is because there were a few hundred reports of kids getting their fingers stuck in the door of the oven while it was on, and obviously that causes severe burns. There was this one poor 5-year-old girl who got her hand caught in the door of the oven, and the burns were so bad that they had to amputate some of her fingers. Ugh, I feel so bad for her. Like, how does that stuff happen? The specific model that was recalled was made of purple and pink plastic, and it resembled a kitchen oven with 4 burners on top and a front-loading oven. So basically, people who returned their Easy Bake Oven were given a $32 voucher to buy another one. But I mean, these accidents were all over the news, all over the newspapers. People were really freaking out, and I think that was part of their downfall and why they're not being made anymore is because of these particular accidents. Now, this next thing I'm going to show you is the creepiest thing ever. Are you ready? So there was an Easy Bake Oven comic strip that came out. Now it looks like just by the style of the drawing and the look of the comic strip, it probably came out many, many years ago, back when the Easy Bake Oven first came out. It's called The Phantom Strikes, and it's basically about this father who was watching his daughter use the Easy Bake Oven, but in the pictures he's like hiding in the darkness just watching her play with it. So I'm gonna read you this comic strip, and I'm sorry if it's blurry. It's a very, very old comic, so I can only find kind of pixelated pictures. Bear with me. So it's called The Phantom Strikes. I just add water and mix it up. I just love my new Kenner Betty Crocker Easy Bake Oven. It's so easy to bake a yummy cake. Look at the eyes in the background watching her play with the Easy Bake Oven. That's her father. That's so creepy. My cake will be done in 12 minutes. Watch cake bake through magic window when oven is on. You can still see the eyes in the background of her father watching her in the darkness. Hey mom, come see my cake I baked with the Easy Bake Oven. My cake's gone. That darn Billy did it again. I'll tell Dad. So, like, she thinks her brother was the one who stole the cake, but it was her dad. Why, Daddy? You're the Phantom, and all the time I thought it was Billy. Here, honey, bake some more Betty Crocker goodies for the Phantom. So this father just watches his kid make cakes and then steals them from her. Why? Why was this a comic that was actually released? Okay, let's look at some Easy Bake Oven fails, because there are so many all over the internet, because making these cakes aren't as easy as it seems. It's not really an easy bake oven. So first we have these cake pops, which look so nicely made on the package, but they turn out looking like dog poop. Then we have this brownie that's supposed to be really thick and juicy, but it's really just flat, almost like a Pop-Tart. This happened to me all the time. My cakes were supposed to be this thick, but they ended up being this thick. Then we have the Easy Bake Gourmet Tacos, which just looks like a pile of sludge, to be honest. Doesn't look that appetizing. And then we have cookies that are supposed to be nice and round and pretty looking, but they don't. They look not good. So, Lunchables. This was definitely my favorite childhood lunch, and I feel like whenever you went to school and you had a Lunchable, you were automatically like the cool kid for the day. Everybody looked at you with jealousy. Everybody watched you eat your lunch and drooled on their desk, wishing they were you. And I know it sounds dramatic, but admit it, people who brought their Lunchables to school were praised. No, I just feel like everybody wanted that lunch, you know what I mean? We had this tradition where every Friday my mom would pack my sister and I a Lunchable. So we only got it on Fridays if we were good. If we were bad that week, we didn't really get Lunchables, so that was like our punishment. But we always had 4 different ones that we kind of alternated between, and there's like 30 different Lunchables, but we only got like 4 different ones. So we would always have the hot dog ones, which were honestly my favorite. It was a little bit weird that the hot dogs were cold, but I liked them anyway. We had the pizza ones, which were like a classic one. But what was weird about me is I would never put the sauce on the pizza. I would never use the sauce. I would just take the little crust, I would just put cheese on top and pepperoni, and while I was eating it, it would fall everywhere because there was no sauce, but that was just my weirdness. We would have the crackers with ham and cheese. I feel like that's also like a classic one. And lastly, we would have the nacho one. I never liked salsa, so I only had the cheese. And I feel like that one was never really too filling. That was probably my least favorite one. But comment down below right now, what was your favorite Lunchable? Because there are so many out there in this world. So let's start from the beginning. Let's go way back in time to when Lunchables were first invented. I cannot believe I'm making a video about Lunchables. I feel like other YouTubers might watch this and be like, wow, did Jessie actually lose her mind? Like, does she not have content anymore? No, this is the best content. I love nostalgic things. So this is how they started. Lunchables came out in 1985 because moms were complaining that they didn't have enough time to make their children lunches to bring to school. So there was this huge, like, complaint from moms all around the world, and Oscar Mayer, which is the Lunchables brand, heard their complaints and was like, hey, we know what to make. So that's when they came out with Lunchables, which is pre-made lunches. I say lunches because they're kind of processed and just kind of thrown together in a factory, but you know. Now, I want to tell you guys some rejected Lunchables names because when they first came out with this brand, they didn't know what to call it. So before they called it Lunchables, here were the runner-ups. Entrees, Cracker Witches, okay, mini meals, square meals, walk meals, go packs, fun meals, and the weirdest one of them all, smoothie kabobbles. Smoothie kabobbles. So I think in the end they came out with a pretty good name. So let's get into some crazy facts. So there was a huge uproar from people all around the world when Lunchables decided to remove their red sticks. Do you guys remember those little red Lunchable sticks that you used to like spread your pizza sauce and stuff? Well, I don't know if it was like a choking hazard or something, a hazard for children, but they got rid of that stick. And people all around the world were absolutely angry. I don't know why I did this. It says that there are still people mourning the loss of this red stick. Rest in peace, red stick. Apparently there are like Facebook groups out there of people mourning this red stick. I think that's a bit extreme, but like that stick was definitely useful. Okay, let's talk about a Lunchable pack they came out with that was terrible and actually very harmful to your health. This is where like the creepy, scary part of the video comes in. They came out with a line of Lunchables called Maxed Out. I don't know if you guys remember this line of Lunchables. I personally don't, but I think it was out for a couple of years or something. And this was a Lunchable pack aimed more towards adults, so maybe older teens and people just in their adult lives. Now, here's what completely freaks me out to read. It says the Maxed Out pack ended up on the Cancer Project's list of the 5 worst packaged lunchbox meals in the world. They ended up on a cancer list. I mean, that's pretty disturbing if you ask me. I just spit all over my camera lens. That's disturbing as well. Apparently, if you sat down for lunch and ate this entire Maxed Out pack of Lunchables, it's like 30 times worse than eating a Big Mac. So that's like you going out and getting a ton of Big Macs and eating it in one sitting. It had 22 grams of fat. It was just packed with way too much. You didn't need that much stuff in one sitting. So people were outraged when they found out about how terrible this was for you, and I'm pretty sure they got rid of this. I'm not certain, but I kind of hope they did. Then they came out with a line of Lunchables called Uploaded, and I think this one's still out there in the world, I'm not really sure. This was a Lunchables pack aimed towards teens, so not kids, not adults, teens. And they called this pack Uploaded to seem more relatable to millennials. Because think about it, we're always on our phones, we're always watching YouTube, we're always uploading stuff or watching stuff that was uploaded. So they thought, oh my gosh, let's name it Uploaded, will be so relatable. But I found the ingredient list on the internet and it's like long. It's like the entire size of like a Target receipt. There are hundreds of ingredients in a simple looking Lunchable pack. How could there be that many things? One word. Preservatives. But apparently this lunch pack did really well, so I can make fun of how relatable they think they are all I want. People are buying them. The next thing they came out with was a Lunchable pack called Fun Fuel. Now this one, it didn't last very long, I don't think. This was supposed to be the healthy alternative to your normal Lunchables, because people were complaining so much about them being so unhealthy, so they were like, hey, we'll make one that's actually kind of healthy. So candy that you always got in your Lunchable, well, they took that out. They tossed it, and they replaced it with yogurt. And they also went for a healthier juice option, so instead of like Kool-Aid and Capri Sun, they put like a healthy juice box in there. But when they came out with this, nobody was buying them, nobody was eating them. It actually brought their sales way, way down, so they got rid of it, because people want to be unhealthy. Now, there is a new line of Lunchables that is not out just yet, but they're coming out. And people are kind of freaking out in a good way about this, and they are called Brunchables. It comes with bacon and cheddar cheese, breakfast sausage, and cheddar cheese or ham. They're different different flatbreads you can eat like your eggs and bacon in. I mean, it's a brunch in a box. There's a miniature blueberry muffin for dessert. I mean, looking at it, yeah, it does look pretty cute, but definitely let me know your opinions about this down below. Now, this next one is kind of a conspiracy theory about Lunchables that I don't know if I really believe, but people on the internet seem to. In 2013, this report was into the public, and it said that teachers had begun to see a connection between Lunchables and negative behavioral issues in the classroom. So teachers were starting to say, hey, the kids that disturb my class the most are the ones who always eat Lunchables like every single day. An anonymous teacher said, this is her quote, more of my Lunchable kids create behavioral problems than any of my other kids. They take shortcuts, have poor attitudes, and seem to struggle socially. I also believe that the lack of nutrition makes it difficult for the kids to function. And this report was made and a whole bunch of teachers jumped on it and agreed. I don't know how much I believe this. I mean, I definitely agree that lack of nutrition can cause behavioral problems, and there's really not much nutrition in Lunchables. So if they have it every single day, I mean, I don't know. But that was like the whole conspiracy with the Lunchable thing. So the next big craze all over the internet is that people are deep frying their Lunchables. Oh, there are a few videos out there on YouTube and the internet where people are doing this. Apparently it tastes good. I don't know if I would agree with that, but people are deep frying their Lunchables. The next thing is kind of funny, and that is that Kendrick Lamar came out and said that he can't look at Lunchables anymore. He admitted that the only thing he ever used to eat was Lunchables. Like every single day, especially when he was touring, he was just eating Lunchables. He told a reporter, this is a quote, I ate so much of this in Europe. I got burned up. I didn't want to see another Lunchable for a time, so they eventually made him sick because he was eating them so much. And like I said, there's not much nutrition though. This next fact is really disturbing, and that is that Kraft can only legally advertise 5 of their Lunchables. Basically, to advertise a food product, you have to meet a minimum amount of health requirements, because obviously you can't advertise something that's terrible for you or that will make you sick. So to advertise something on TV, online, the product has to meet certain health requirements. Well, what's disturbing is that Kraft has 42 Lunchables and only 5 meet those requirements. Take that in. And the last thing that I find so bizarre, and it kind of says a lot, and that is that the man who invented Lunchables won't even let his own kids eat them. So, I mean, it's just, the meats in the Lunchables are pumped with a ton of water, a ton of preservatives. There's more salt in one Lunchables box than your daily recommended salt intake, so that's not very good for you. The ingredient list is like a paragraph long, and apparently this daughter was interviewed, and this is a quote she said when people asked if she ate Lunchables. She said, I eat healthy. Wow. In 1983, a Cabbage Patch Kids doll was a 16-inch doll, usually with a plastic head, a fabric body, and yarn hair. What made them so desirable were their uniqueness and their adoptability. It was claimed that every single Cabbage Patch doll was unique. There was none that looked exactly alike, which was so cool to people. Different head molds, eye shapes and colors, hairstyles, clothing options, and each Cabbage Patch Kids box came with a birth certificate. It made the dolls as individual as the kids who wanted to adopt them. And then on the left side of every single doll's butt cheek, you can find the signature of the inventor. And each year the color of the signature would change. But I love how it was on like their butt cheek. So let's get into some of the weird facts. Before they were called Cabbage Patch Kids, they were actually called the Little People. When the creator Xavier Roberts began handcrafting them in 1977, he referred to them as Little People. And his marketing plan was really interesting. He told gift shops and other stores that they could never sell these dolls. They had to call it adopting. He also corrected anyone who referred to them as dolls. He preferred to call them babies or kids. So his marketing plan was that these dolls were actually just literal babies that you could adopt. Something scary is that a lot of people got trampled trying to buy them. The 1983 holiday shopping season drove consumers into a frenzy. So people would literally line up outside of these doors selling a very limited quantity of Cabbage Patch Kids. And the second the doors would open, people would just fly in just like Black Friday. It says there was a stampede throughout the stores. People suffered broken bones. They were trampled. People were trying to bribe employees to get them a doll earlier than the store opened. It says there was a manager who had to get a baseball bat to scare the crowd away because people were trampling each other that much. There was a lot of hospital visits that Christmas. This next fact is so creepy. There was this one Cabbage Patch Kids doll model that had to be recalled because it ate a kid's hair. It ate a kid's hair. So they basically released these dolls called Snack Time Kids. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned these dolls on my channel at some point. But basically, they were made to gobble fake French fries. But there were a bunch of cases where this mouth-moving mechanism would grab onto a kid's hair and continue to eat it. It says there was literally a 911 call for a child in Connecticut who was unable to free herself from the kid's mouth. So the company offered refunds, there was a bunch of dolls that were recalled, and kids were basically traumatized because you don't want to bring a doll home from a store and have it literally eat your hair. This next thing I find really creepy, and that is that Cabbage Patch dolls have death certificates. So just like they have birth certificates, they also die and get a certificate. So basically, dolls are easily broken. They either get too old, worn out, pets will eat them, they get walked on, they get dirty. Dolls get ruined. Now, apparently there are doll hospitals out there that take in Cabbage Patch Kids and do fix them up the best they can, but sometimes these dolls are just too destroyed and factories can't fix them. So whenever this happens, they send you back your doll with a death certificate. It says if your kid was beyond repair, they would issue the toy a death certificate. Imagine thinking your doll is being fixed at a doll hospital and it comes home with a death certificate. This next fact is also really creepy. Surprise, surprise! Cabbage Patch Kids are born at Babyland General Hospital. Now, they're not born like regular babies. They literally grow out of a cabbage patch. There are pictures out there of these cabbage patches with just heads popping out of them. It says it is one of Georgia's top tourist attractions and is featured on Travel Channel's top 10 toylands in the world. And people have said that it is mildly disturbing to watch because you're not ready for it, you know? The next fact is that Cabbage Patch Kids did go to space. They actually send a lot of toys out to space, it seems. In 1985, Christopher became the first Cabbage Patch Kid to fly aboard a U.S. space shuttle mission. I just find it so interesting that they actually send toys to space. Okay, let's talk about the creepiest Cabbage Patch dolls ever sold. And yes, the Snack Time ones are pretty scary, but apparently people think that the ones I'm about to talk about are even scarier. These ones are called Baby So Real. It's a Bluetooth controlled doll that has wide animated LCD eyes that blink and close. It burps, it laughs, and it even snores while falling asleep. It does everything. It talks, it drinks from a bottle, it slurps medicine from a spoon, it plays peekaboo, which is terrifying. It wets itself even. So basically, you buy this doll and you care for it with this downloadable app. So this whole doll is completely electronic, and I think the most complaints from people is about the eyes. The eyes really freak people out. It says, even if your child loves the toy, it's understandable why you can't shake this creepy feeling that it might be watching you. In most of the articles I read, it's the parents that are afraid. I mean, if my child wanted something like that, I would stay far away from it, I think. The next thing is that they have celebrity Cabbage Patch dolls, which I find kind of cool. They have Steven Tyler, Katherine Hagel, Raven Simone, Ellen DeGeneres. Some people find this idea really cool and other people find it a little bit odd. I mean, I don't know how I'd feel about seeing myself as a Cabbage Patch doll. I feel like their faces are kind of puffy and stuff. So, like we usually do, we're gonna talk about the most rare Cabbage Patch dolls. So in case you have one at home, these are selling for a lot of money. First, we have James Dudley from 1985, and that is selling for $3,000. Then we have Blonde Girl Little People doll from 1980. selling for $2,000. Then we have the Mark Twain collection selling for $850. The Fraternal Twins Irish edition, $750. Marine Miriam from 1978 for $350. Southern Belle Georgiana, 1986 for $249. Designer line Cabbage Patch Kids, 1989 for $200. And then lastly, we have Boyce Lorenzo from 1985 for $200. So it seems like the ones that are the rarest go for $3,000. That's insane. I once sold mine in a garage sale, so could have been rich. It just goes to show you that you should never throw out your toys, because maybe some toys that you have now will be so much money in like 2050. Imagine that. Time is a weird, weird thing. Created by Yuko Shimizu, Hello Kitty made her debut in 1974. She's known for her red bow and notably no mouth whatsoever. According to her backstory, she is a third-grade student who lives outside of London. I think that's one of the things that I found most confusing as a child watching her TV shows and stuff. Why did she not have a mouth? Since the character's creation, Hello Kitty has become a media franchise, including a product line of clothing, toys, manga comics, popular music, and a bunch of other media. I'm pretty sure any store you walk into will probably have something Hello Kitty themed. It's just everywhere. Hello Kitty is the second highest grossing franchise of all time. It has generated 80 billion sales. 80 billion. What's really cool is that Hello Kitty's first appearance ever in this world was on a little tiny coin purse. This purse was sold in Japan and it pictured her sitting between a bottle of milk and a goldfish bowl. So the second people saw this little coin purse, they loved her right away. So let's get into some weird facts about Hello Kitty that maybe you never knew before. So her birthday is November 1st, which makes her a Scorpio, for those of you horoscope fanatics. Her full name is actually Kitty White. Interesting. There is a Hello Kitty theme park in China that got a ton of negative reviews at first. This theme park looks so cool, but when it first came out, people just didn't like it for some reason, but now it's actually doing a lot better. There are actually so many proposals that happen there, so it's a cool park. So I'm gonna answer one of the most asked questions about Hello Kitty, and that is, why doesn't she have a mouth? According to the creator, she doesn't have a mouth so that people who look at her can project their own feelings onto her face. So Hello Kitty will look happy when you're happy. Hello Kitty will look sad when you're sad. Hello Kitty will look angry if you're angry. It's actually really freaky, but it's all a mind trick according to the creator. However you feel is how Hello Kitty will look to you. Isn't that kind of creepy? The creator says, for this psychological reason, we thought that she shouldn't be tied to any certain emotion, and that is why she does not have a mouth. Wow, so it's almost like Hello Kitty is brainwashing us. A next weird fact is that Hello Kitty is in space. A Hello Kitty figurine was launched into space on a small Japanese satellite. Cost $40 million. Wow, I hope Hello Kitty was worth it. The next fact really shocks people, and it did for me as well. It is that Hello Kitty is not actually a kitty. In fact, she is not a cat at all. This is what the maker of Hello Kitty says. This is an actual quote. Hello Kitty is not a cat. She's a cartoon character. She is a little girl. She is a friend, but she is not a cat. She's never depicted on all fours. She walks and sits like a two-legged creature. She is a human. I can't say I see it. When I saw this, I was like, wait, what? No. She's a cat. She's Hello Kitty, but apparently not. The next really weird thing is that there are creepy Hello Kitty contact lenses. The reason why I say creepy is because it shows people wearing Hello Kitty all inside of their eyes. I mean, do whatever you want. Your style is your style, and I'm okay with that. It's just that there were a lot of reports of these contact lenses actually causing like infections and stuff. So it says this is for only the most hardcore of fans, but this seems like an ill-advised idea, and the fact that it's out there is kind of dangerous. I wonder if it'd be weird to look out of. Like, would you see Hello Kitty in your vision? The next fact that I found so strange is that she has a twin sister. I did not know that. She has a sister named Mimi who looks really similar to her. And apparently the reason why Hello Kitty wears a red bow is so that her mother can tell her apart from her sister. It says the bows they wear are a gesture from their mother, Mary. So she's able to tell Kitty White apart from her sister, Mimi. So wow, their mother can't even tell who is who. That's interesting. Now let's talk about the creepy backstory behind Hello Kitty. This is an urban legend and isn't said to be actually true, but so many people around the world do believe this, and it is very creepy. So according to the legend, there was this mother who had a child, and unfortunately this child was diagnosed with mouth cancer. The doctors told this mother that her child was terminally ill and there was nothing else they could do for her, aka she didn't have much time left to live. So this mother refused to give up hope and wanted to try everything in her power to heal her child, and eventually that led her to make a pact with evil forces. The pact was that if evil forces cured her child's illness, she in return would have to create a cartoon character that kids around the world would love, but that secretly resembled something more evil to kind of represent that evil force. I know it's a little bit confusing, I'm so sorry. And it says that's why Hello Kitty's ears like horns and why she doesn't have a mouth because of what happened to the child. There was even a rumor going around that Kitty is a Chinese, but it's not actually. I don't know how that rumor even started. But basically, pasta is that Hello Kitty is a spawn of evil. So, and because of this creepy backstory, so many people around the world have created creepy Hello Kitty fan art. There's also a bunch of Hello Kitty horror characters, so it's just her dressing up as different freaky people from horror movies. There's a depiction of Hello Kitty playing Jack Skellington, Frankenstein, Edward Scissorhands, the Joker, a vampire, a zombie. If you go on Google, you could probably find her dressed up as pretty much anything. The next scary thing is that there is a Sadako Kitty. I hope I'm saying that right, I'm so sorry. In promotion for the new Ring movie, many viewers of this film were thoroughly terrified by the image of Sadako with her dark long hair covering her face coming out of a television. So to promote this movie, they decided to make Hello Kitty into Sadako. So they combined Sadako's trademark dress and long black hair with Hello Kitty's ribbons. And this scary Hello Kitty went on all kinds of merchandise and people really loved it. And the last thing we're going to talk about is a creepy Duracell ad that came out. Duracell is that battery brand, by the way, but this ad came out to the public and it really upset children. This ad showed basically the skeleton of Hello Kitty with the tagline that says toys should live forever, meaning that if you don't replace a toy's batteries, they will die. That's how they were picturing Hello Kitty. But what confuses me is that Hello Kitty doesn't need batteries, does she? Like, why is that all? I got 3 microwave dinners. But kids were like, no, don't kill Hello Kitty. I think it's kind of a cool ad, to be honest. Let's start off with the most extreme theory that I don't personally believe, but a lot of people on the internet do. It is that the hearts, the little hearts you put into your Build-A-Bear, are actually tracking devices and listening devices. So it's like a whole government scheme, because as you know, most kids have a Build-A-Bear, and if you put those hearts inside of it, well, there you go. You're automatically tracked. Plus, when you go in and you make bear, you have to go into their data registry thing. So everybody who has a bear, they have your phone number, they have your full name, they have your address, they have everything about you in their big database. I love how it says, if you are going to try to take over the world, Build-A-Bear has the way to do it. So I think that's sort of a very extreme theory that I don't really believe. So we're gonna get into some other facts that are kind of upsetting and somewhat creepy and somewhat disturbing. Get ready. So there was this one time that Build-A-Bear had a huge promotion that they had never done before, and it was called Pay Your Age Day. So basically, if you go into the store on this day, the only amount you have to pay for the bear is how old you are. So if you're 2 years old, the bear is $2. If you're 13 years old, the bear is $13, etc. And because bears typically typically cost, I believe, anywhere between $20 to $60, depending on which bear and depending on what accessories you're getting. This was like a really amazing deal because most people who get a Build-A-Bear, they're under 20 years old. So people were freaking out about this huge promotion.
Right.
And I don't think Build-A-Bear was prepared
You
for
still
it
doing
because
live
the day
streaming,
of the
though?
promotion, there
Yeah,
were
yeah.
lines all through the
But do it
malls
for a few more
everywhere.
minutes
And
and
it was
Yeah.
a
take your
7-hour
shower.
wait line. So the entire mall was packed with people, parents with their kids, waiting to go to this pay your age event. People were getting trampled. There were security issues. The store was basically being mobbed with people. So only a couple hours into the event, they had to completely shut it down. And people all over the world drove like hours and hours to get to these stores to pay their age. And Build-A-Bear totally shut down the promotion. People were furious. It was all over the news because some kids got to get their Build-A-Bears and other kids didn't. Oh my goodness, it was a mess. But I mean, who makes a promotion like that? Obviously, it's not gonna go well. I mean, what if like a 1-year-old comes in? A Build-A-Bear's $1? The next thing we're gonna talk about is another Build-A-Bear event gone wrong. And this part makes me absolutely furious. So there was this mother who hosted a Build-A-Bear birthday party for her daughter. Now for this birthday party, this mother got a whole bunch of these kids, like a huge group, like 10 kids, to go into the Build-A-Bear store, buy themselves a bear, get it stuffed, get it all decorated and dressed. And so all these kids were so excited, so happy, they're celebrating this birthday, but on their way out of the Build-A-Bear store, this mother of the birthday girl stopped all the kids and she was like, okay, everybody hand over your bears to my daughter because it's her birthday. And all the kids were like, what do you mean? Like, no, these are our bears. We just made them. We just paid for them. And the mother was like, no, it's my daughter's birthday. So all of you guys are going to give her your bears that you made as a birthday gift. And these kids started crying. And this mother was literally grabbing the bears out of these kids' arms, like just taking it right from them. It was a whole commotion. The news got involved. It was like the whole world knew about this birthday party gone wrong for Build-A-Bear. I mean, the parents of these kids were so mad. Who does that? I mean, I get that your kid is the birthday girl, but like, do you not want her to have friends anymore? Because do you really think she's gonna go to school the next day and all these kids that she stole their bears from are gonna be happy to like hang out with her? I just don't get it, guys. This next fact is kind of creepy, and it was a Build-A-Bear that was actually recalled. So it was pulled off the market because bad things were happening with it. This bear was called the Colorful Hearts Teddy Bear. Hopefully none of you guys have this out there. Please let me know. But basically, these kids were taking this particular teddy bear home with them, and the eyes would pop out. Like, the eyes weren't sewn in correctly, so they would be like snuggling with it or playing with it, and the eyes would just be like, it was scaring kids because no one wants to see their beloved teddy bear with their eyes falling out. And also, it was a choking hazard for the kids that were really young who had this bear because they see an eye pop out and they're like, oh, that must be candy. So it was a hazard to children, and they had to recall this. And the thing is, 300,000 people had already purchased it and taken it home. So 300,000 people had to bring it back into the store for this recall. I mean, that's insane. Why are these teddy bears' eyes popping out? The next thing we're going to talk about is the secrets that Build-A-Bear employees won't tell you. I'm pretty sure I found this in an article online from somebody who used to work at Build-A-Bear, and they put like all these facts down, so we're going to go over a few of them. The first one is that all of the staff in Build-A-Bear call the empty bears skins. So you know before you stuff your bear, you get the bear like all flat and empty? Well, all the staff calls those skins. The skins of the Build-A-Bears. That's like so scary. Why can't they just call them unstuffed bears? The next creepy thing is that the sound machine in the store will just go off randomly even when no kid is pressing a button. So staff will like walk by it, it'll suddenly turn on and like make them jump. So staff were always just anxious waiting to know when the sound machine would suddenly start. That would just give me major like panic while I was working there. The next fact that I had no idea is that if your kid is having a Build-A-Bear birthday party, you can pay to have one of the staff from the store dress up as a giant Build-A-Bear and then go to your kid's party. I had no idea that was a thing, and honestly, that's kind of creepy. The next fact is that those boxes that you take your Build-A-Bear home in was actually inspired by Happy Meals. So the owner of Build-A-Bear was like, oh my gosh, I love how kids get like cool little packages for Happy Meals. I want the same thing for Build-A-Bear. So they made the boxes like colorable, they made them full of different like images and stuff. So that's why the boxes are so cute, because McDonald's. about a commercial that came out for Build-A-Bear that scared kids all around the world. And like parents were complaining so much about this commercial, they actually had to like get rid of it. It was basically this video on global warming, which I mean, to talk about global warming, I think that's awesome. But it was like the way they went about it. It was basically this series that came out in 2009 that showed a Santa Claus freaking out about global warming. Like he even says the North Pole will be gone by Christmas. Basically saying, bye kids, no more Santa Claus if it's global warming. So kids were like crying, they were freaking out about Christmas basically being canceled. And so the company got really criticized by parents everywhere saying, oh my gosh, stop scaring my kid. So they agreed to remove the videos. And like I said, talking about global warming I think is very important, but I think when you're talking to kids, there's like a different way to go about it rather than saying, hey, Santa Claus is gonna die. This next fact is so cute. Oh my gosh. So there was this baby monkey in an England zoo, and its mother was unfortunately too ill to care for it. So the mother had to go away to get like medical care. So Build-A-Bear stuffed this monkey and put a heart into the bear that actually like moved to simulate like a real monkey. And so this baby monkey would curl up to this Build-A-Bear monkey for days and days until it got older, and that was how like it grew up healthy. So that's kind of cute. And the last fact I feel like a lot of you guys might know about because I have seen this circling social media, and I do find it to be kind of a touching thing to do. So basically, tons of people around the world, thousands of people in fact, have been putting the voices of their relatives that have passed away into a Build-A-Bear, because put like a recording of a voice or a song into a bear and it just like stays in your bear forever. And I think that's like a really sweet thing to do. The only sad thing is, what if it runs out of batteries one day? I mean, I think the Build-A-Bear policy says your thing runs out, you can go back and like get it fixed. I'm not too sure about that though. But some people like speak out and say that's kind of weird. But honestly, like if that's what you want to do, like you do you. I think it's kind of touching. People have been coming out lately talking about what happens when you open a jar of Play-Doh that's been sitting out for like 5 to 8 years. This means you have not opened it at all. It has not been played with in years. They start growing what is called sodium chloride crystals. People have also been giving them the name the alien spores. What? You're telling me my old Play-Doh might have alien spores? And there's a logical explanation for this, okay? Play-Doh is made of flour, water, salt, a binding agent, preservatives, and fragrances. So what's been happening inside these little containers is that the water has completely evaporated, which makes salt crystals form. And people are totally freaking out about this because kids all over the world are opening Play-Doh after 3 years and seeing this crazy crystally thing inside of them, and they're wondering, is it toxic? Is it safe? Should we not touch it? Should we not smell it? And there's this huge rumor going around. It's on Reddit. It's like everywhere that these crystals are actually they can explode in the bottle. I have a feeling that's not exactly true. I feel like once people see something weird and unusual like alien spores, they make up things like, hey kids, these might explode. But yeah, I don't think that's true. I do actually have scientists in my family. I feel like I should ask them. But people are saying that because this Play-Doh can grow such magnificent weird things, it's proof that Play-Doh is not actually edible like they claim it is. And that's why lately a lot of moms have been making homemade Play-Doh because they're making it with ingredients that they think kids can consume. But little do they know, if you make homemade Play-Doh, that might actually be more toxic than actual Play-Doh. And I'll tell you why. I feel like all of a sudden I'm like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Jess, detox Play-Doh. Wow. So
I love
apparently
this.
when you make homemade Play-Doh, you put so much salt into the recipe. It says that 1 gram of the average homemade Play-Doh recipe contains 250 milligrams of salt, and that is way higher than commercial Play-Dohs. So it says that if your child eats even 4 grams of Play-Doh, they can get severely ill. If anybody swallows a lot of salt, it's really toxic in your body. People have like died from that. Especially like a little toddler that can't handle as much as adults can. It's just not a good situation. Anyway, so basically these alien spores growing on old Play-Doh, it's salt. So don't be too alarmed, but I would just toss those ones if you ever find those ones. Throw them out. throw them out. Before we move on, I just want to tell you guys a very interesting fact, and that is that Play-Doh was originally a wall cleaner. A wall cleaner. Basically, back in the 1920s, coal-burning furnaces were like a huge thing, obviously. But whenever you burned coal, the walls of your house would go like a dark black color, especially if your walls were white. So these people came out with Play-Doh that you basically put on the wall, and it would clean off the black coal from your wall. And then apparently in the 1950s, there was this school teacher that made her students create Christmas ornaments out of this Play-Doh wall cleaner. And they saw, hey, oh my gosh, kids love this product. So they changed it into the Play-Doh that you know and love now. So it went from a wall cleaner to edible stuff that kids play with. I don't know if that's safe, but apparently it is. There is an urban legend surrounding Beanie Babies that really used to freak me out when I first heard about it. I feel like 98% of you guys probably have heard of this urban legend, but we're gonna delve deep. We're gonna delve deep into it right now. There was a rumor that back in the 90s, spider eggs were used to fill the Beanie Babies. You know when you squeeze a Beanie Baby, you feel like little bead type in their tummy. Their tummies are squishy. Well, there's a rumor going around that those were brown recluse spider eggs that were inside of them. You know what those spiders look like? They are absolutely horrifying. I would never want those eggs inside of my Beanie Baby.
I hate spiders.
So basically said that
Oh
if
my
you
gosh.
bought your Beanie Baby in 1990, those eggs were inside. And then in 2014, an article started circling the internet, basically saying that the spider eggs were starting to hatch. I'm going to read you exactly what the article says because you need to hear this. For nearly 2 decades now, your Beanie Babies have served as protective sacks for the spider eggs they harbor, providing a warm, dark atmosphere for the arthropods to pass through their larval stages. Is this science class? Each Beanie Baby is stuffed with approximately 6,000 spider eggs. Though, unless you've been storing them in a secure, low humidity environment, you should realistically only expect between 800 to 1,000 spiders to spawn through your Beanie Baby's fabric. Only 800 to 1,000 to spawn. Now, this article was being shared everywhere, all over Facebook.
Bro, I'm scared.
And people believed it, and people went into a full-blown panic. People were throwing out their Beanie Babies left, right, and center. People were worried because some people couldn't find their Beanie Babies. Some people had them packed away in their storage in the basement. So they were worried they wouldn't get to them on time, and they'd have a full-blown spider infestation in their house. The article continues. All right, terrifying. Aren't sure if your Beanie Baby has released its spiders yet? You'll know your beanie's fur is about to tear open when you see hundreds of spider legs start piercing through the fabric in an effort to escape. You might even notice little Pugsley or Bongo lurching forward inch by inch as the spiders collectively attempt to break free from their snuggly resting place. I'm so disturbed right now. This article was obviously fake news. It was an article written to try and go viral. It was a troll on the internet trying everybody out. Honestly, when I first heard about this back in 2014, I kind of believed it at first.
Me too.
Me too. Article when you read it for the first time.
Yeah.
Just say no, it wasn't true, okay? Snopes even debunked it. And like Snopes is like a pretty reliable site, I would say, right? I'm pretty sure I know. Because if you think about it logically, brown recluse spider eggs don't just lay dormant for 20 years. When a spider lays its eggs, they hatch within 1 to 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure. Let me check that information just so I know. Oh, these little eggs usually hatch about a month after they're laid, so it doesn't take them 20 years to suddenly just like spawn spiders. And secondly, the manufacturer Thai released a statement saying that what's inside the Beanie Babies are just small plastic pellets. What's ironic though is that there is a Beanie Baby named Eggs the Bear, but it's for Easter. It's an Easter bear. I love how the manufacturer is named Ty and my fiance's name is Ty, so this whole video I'm gonna be saying Ty and like thinking about him, but it's actually Beanie Babies.
Crazy.
So now we're gonna talk about the most disturbing and controversial Beanie Babies, because believe it or not, There are controversial Beanie Babies. This is kind of like the McDonald's Happy Meal toy video because they had like controversial ones that were pulled. Well, these guys did too. The first one is Luau the Pig. I really hope I'm pronouncing this right. If I'm not, don't hate me. I just really suck at pronunciations. This pig is named after the ancient Hawaiian feast in which a pig is roasted over an open fire as the main course. So people thought this was a bit strange because it's almost like naming a cow hamburger. You know what I mean? You're like naming him his fate, which is kind of horrible. The next controversial bear is called Billionaire the Bear. So in 1998, Ty made $2 billion just from selling Beanie Babies. It still sounds like I'm talking about my fiance. He didn't make $2 billion from Beanie Babies. The company did. So in celebration of them making billions of dollars, they came out with this bear that had a dollar sign, and it was called Billionaire the Bear, and they gave them out to all of their employees and also sold them in the stores. Employees felt kind of bad about this because the company is showing off how much money they made, and the employees are slaving away selling these Beanie Babies, not even making near that. And here they are with this bear that's like, ha! I made $1 billion and you didn't. And from 1998 to 2006, every year they came out with a new billionaire bear that they would give out to people. And it didn't sit well with the employees. It says there's nothing employees love more than a physical reminder that they're working to help some other person make millions of dollars they'll never see. I mean, yeah, it sucks. The next controversial Beanie Babies were called Smart, Smarter, Smartest, and Smarty the Owls. So these 4 owls were released every single graduating year. So Smart was released in 2001, Smarter was released in 2002, etc., etc. So every year the owls had like a smarter name. So each graduating class before felt dumber than the ones after them. Does that make sense? So students were feeling a bit offended by this, but I mean, I don't know, guys. They're just Beanie Babies. The next bear was called Poopsie the Bear. Who does this look like to you guys? A lot of people were saying this was a huge ripoff of Winnie the Pooh. And I mean, Winnie the Pooh, Poopsie the Bear, Pooh and Poopsie. It's all about poop. Anyways, people were like, wow, you're literally copying Winnie the Pooh. So this bear kind of got a bad rep, and I mean, I see the similarities here. The next bear that didn't go so well was Pinata the Bear. If you give kids a toy that is named Pinata, they're automatically gonna beat it and try and get out what's ever inside of it. So kids were given this bear, and they would try and destroy it thinking there was candy inside. But there wasn't. There was either spider eggs or little beads. No, there's no spider eggs. This next Beanie Baby really creeped people out. It was called Runner the Mongoose. And just looking at it, it looks totally fine. But when you read what's inside the little card, you'll see why. On its tag, it had this: I'm not mean, I'm really shy, but every cobra has to die. I'll grab them by their little head and whack them till they're stone cold dead. Imagine giving a kid that. I mean, a lot of parents weren't too impressed by this little tag, and it's so bizarre how they would write that, because aren't Beanie Babies supposed to be like really cute and sweet and like not saying stuff like that? And the last bear I'm going to talk about also really creeped people out. It was a bear called The End. Just the end. And this is what the description of the bear says. He is the omega of Beanie Babies, the one who comes to destroy all that has come before. He is undefeatable. He is implacable. He is death. He is the end of all things Beanie. Okay! Obviously the company Ty didn't write that. It was just this person, I guess, in an article wrote that. But like, who names a Beanie Baby The End? What occasion can you give somebody that? Like when they're dying? Like, we're gonna end off this video with some weird facts about Beanie Babies. The first fact is that a couple actually went to court about their Beanie Babies. So it was this married couple. They had a huge collection of Beanie Babies. They wanted to get a divorce. So they had to go to court to try and evenly split up their Beanie Babies. They went to court over their Beanie Babies. It says their collection had a value of $5,000, so okay, you know what? They did have a large collection, I get that. But can't you sort that out between the two of you? You know what I mean? Give both of them an equal amount of Beanie Babies, problem solved. But they had to actually take this to court with a jury. Come on, guys. The next fact. Remember how, like, everybody in your life told you that you can't tear off the tag on the Beanie Baby? Well, that is because if you ever to sell sell it in the future, Beanie Babies were worth 50% less if you tore off the tag. So they're just more valuable with that red heart on their ear. And the last weird fact is that Ty once made a typo on the Beanie Baby tag. It was on a little white bear called Valentino, and some of the tags spell original wrong. They spell it with 2 eyes on the tag. And because a typo had never been made before on a Beanie Baby, these bears are now worth a lot of money. They're super rare and worth a lot. So if you have little, what is his name? Little white bear Valentino, and he has 2 eyes in original, you can be earning some cash. So here's the first fact that I find so strange, and that's the first My Little Pony toy wasn't little at all. So before My Little Pony was called My Little Pony, it was called My Pretty Pony. It was actually a larger 10-inch sized horse. It came out in 1981, so quite a while ago. It had brushable hair, the ears would wiggle, she could move her tail, she could blink, so she did quite a lot of stuff. But one thing that was kind of unfortunate is she only came in one color. So she never came in pink, purple, blue, all kinds of pretty colors. So a few years later, they decided to completely change that design. They made them smaller, made them more colorful. And then the first cartoon aired in 1986. It used to be called My Little Pony and Friends because the first half of the episode would be about My Little Pony, and the second half of the episode would be about some other toy product. For example, Mr. Potato Head and his family. So My Little Pony never had an actual full episode. It was always sharing with another toy. You know what I mean? I also had no idea that Mr. Potato Head had its own, like, show. That's so funny to me. It says it's apparently a bunch of little potato children being watched over by Mr. Potato Head. Why would that be interesting? I have absolutely no idea. A show about potatoes. This next fact is very, very weird, okay? In 1989, Hasbro came out with a very strange My Little Pony line. They were called Drink and Wet ponies. Drink and Wet. That's such a weird thing. It's basically about baby My Little Ponies who are wearing diapers, and whenever you get the wet, let's say you bring it into the pool or bring it into the bath, their diapers will change color. There'll be hearts all over it. There'll be patterns all over their diapers, but it won't happen unless it's wet. So basically the baby pony will pee into the diaper and it'll change the diaper color. I don't know why I keep doing this with my hands. It says that the magical hearts that appear on diapers are supposed to represent when you go number 1 and when you go number 2. So instead of poop, we got some hearts. So I guess, you know, that's better than poop. I just want to know pitching these ideas though, like it's so random. Please let me know if you remember having those diaper My Little Pony toys. I kind of want to see this in action though. Like I kind of want to see if there's YouTube videos that'll show how it actually works. This next fact is something that I definitely remember. When My Little Pony first came out, there were only 6 ponies, and these were the 6 original ponies, and I had these as a kid growing up. The ponies' names were Snuzzle, Butterscotch, Bluebell, Minty, Blossom, and Cotton Candy, and these were all produced in 1982. And yes, I wasn't born in the 80s, but when I was in the 90s, I think these toys were still really popular, and like my older cousins would pass them down to me to play with. So these are the ponies that I remember as a child. And when these 6 ponies came out, they were called the Flatfoots, and that's because these were the only ponies that had this pose. It says they have flat feet rather than concave feet. Their heads are facing forward and down, and this pose for the ponies was never used again after that year. So any My Little Pony toy you see after them has a totally different pose. Now, just like Beanie Babies, where you can have a rare Beanie Baby to sell for a lot of money, there are also rare My Little Ponies. Apparently, if you have a Rapunzel pony, that is going for $800. Apparently, there are a bunch of Venezuelan My Little Ponies that are selling for a lot of money. There are also a collection of Greek My Little Ponies that are selling on eBay for $750. So it says that every few years, a new rare My Little Pony will like pop up, especially if they were made in other places around the world. But like, I want a Rapunzel My Little Pony. What, like, do you know what sucks? When I was really little and I was kind of growing out of all of my toys, I think I sold each of my Little Ponies for like $1. I don't know if they'd be worth more now because I definitely had the ones from the 80s. But when I was a kid, I just wanted that $1, you know? You know when you're a kid and like $1 or $2 is just so much value? I also sold my Nintendo DS for like 50 cents and like serious regrets now. The fact is like really cool, but also really creepy, but I'm so intrigued. There are different artists online that sell their own versions of My Little Pony on like Etsy and stuff. So they take a pony and turn it into like an actor, a character from a movie, an alien, a zombie. So there are a bunch of artists online who are so talented, but they kind of turn My Little Pony into something creepier and weirder. So for example, you can find a xenomorph My Little Pony, which is obviously a really creepy alien. You can also find a pony that turned into the Joker from Batman. So you can probably find any character from a movie who's been turned into a pony, which is funny, but like awesome and creepy, but also cool. There's so many emotions at the same time. The next fact is kind of scary, but mostly for children. And it's that when the show first came out, like way back in the 80s, the children were really afraid of the villains that they had on the show. So for example, there was a villain named Lord Tyrek, and he was in the very first animated TV special. So while the ponies were really cute, this villain really made children afraid. A lot of parents were complaining, a lot of kids had nightmares, and it's because they made this villain to kind of look like a demon. Like they gave him really big horns. They made him terrifying for a kid's show. This villain apparently turned humans into demons and actually forced the ponies to pull his chariot of midnight. So like he was making the ponies slaves. So when the show first came out, it had a really dark undertone and gave
Go outside again. I wanna sit that way with my windows down and
Walmart Plus members save on delivery, gas, plus so much more. Join today.
Want to know why Secret beats degree? It's because just one use of Secret Clinical is equal to 2 uses of degree. It has Secret's strongest sweat protection that lasts for 72 hours. Secret works.
Gave a lot of kids nightmares. The last thing we're going to talk about is actually kind of scary as well. There is a creepy pasta about Slender Man. It's kind of funny too, to be honest. So you guys know all about the creepy pasta about Slender Man. It's been scaring people for years and years. I'm pretty sure it came out in like 2008, 2009. He's depicted as a thin, unnaturally tall humanoid with a featureless head and face and wearing a black suit. He basically goes after children, and it's just a really popular creepypasta. If you've never heard of Slender Man, pause this video and go look him up because there's so much you need to know. Anyways, people came up with Slender Mane, which like I said is the pony version of Slender Man. It says it started off as a fan fiction, and since then it has inspired a ton of fan art about Slender Man. It says that some people even claim that Slender Man in the show. Some fans have slowed down and enhanced footage to show possible sightings of this slender pony. So some people claim this is a real thing in the show, and some people just say, no, it's all made up, it's all a fan thing.
Anyways, this is. I think we should watch this video. I feel like. Yeah. No, we shouldn't watch this yet. We're gonna watch it on the weekends. Decided. Monster High. Because I really like her.
name is Dolly. Some of you might be wondering why I'm on this strange planet. I guess I live here now. But you know, it's not all bad. Sometimes some old 2000 stuff will float by and I could... Oh, hey, it's a G3 core claw doll. Man, I am never gonna get the new ones at this rate. Some of you might know that I really like fashion dolls, especially Monster High. I was a big Monster High kid. I was kind of obsessed with the movies. Why Do Girls Fall in Love is my personal favorite. I really want a Valentine doll, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Monster High is a franchise that is heavily associated with nostalgia and the 2010s fashion that Monster High really leaned into. The unique gimmick of Monster High was that the characters were children of famous monsters. This led to a bunch of really creative character designs that have become very iconic. They really revolutionized the doll market back in the 2010s. So when in late 2022, Mattel announced a new generation of Monster High that would reimagine these iconic characters, you could say it was a little controversial.
Like they're so mean. Like to be honest, like they're like so mean and harsh sometimes, but like I get what the I get the reason why they would do that, to be honest. Especially like with the Laguna doll, especially with the Laguna doll, but they said that, but like I think like the people that were making the dolls and stuff, when there were uh when there were like prototypes for G Generation 3 of Monster High, that the blue wasn't working with the Laguna doll, so they changed it to pink and like gave her a see-through transparent blue on her skin, like on her hands and feet. But also I do agree that like she is too colorful and like is pretty modern, since a Monster High always been about alternative fashion, and like most of the fashion for like the first for the first G3 dolls is kind of modern when it comes to Laguna and Frankie, I think. And also like with Claudine, it's just weird because they made her half human, half werewolf, where werewolves are half human, but they decided to make her Afro Latino, which I have no problem with that, since since I always like people making their characters more inclusive, especially when it comes to being black or mixed or whatever.
Now, I don't personally think that G3 was as bad as a lot of people made it out to be in the beginning. They've got new hair textures, some gorgeous faces, and I'm in love with the different G3 body types so much. Say what you want, but at least the fashion doesn't look like modern Barbie. I'm just kidding, but Barbara Millicent Roberts, what is this? I do believe that there is some good criticism for these designs, and I do think that they have gotten better as G3 has progressed. So, as someone who is a fan of G3, I thought it would be fun to try and redesign some of the dolls while still keeping the spirit of the G3 style, and just make them into something I personally would like to see in the dolls. So, let's start off with our first design. So, I really love G3 Caddy. I love the body type we gave her
I
and the
love
little
GT Caddy.
stars near her eye.
I really love GT Caddy, honestly. I really like I really like the first one, but I'm so glad that they're making their dolls, different shapes and sizes, since like with most fashion dolls, they tend to be, very, perfect body, like perfect skinny waist, you know, and not have like any diverse body shapes. Like for Barbie and the old Monster High, ever, ever at the High dolls. But I'm pretty glad that they're making characters in more diverse body shapes, especially with Jackalora and Caddy, because they're supposed to be more curvy and chubbier. And I really like that when they're announcing the dolls. To be honest, since I am kind of chubby, and I like being chubby, I'm proud and chubby, and I'm so glad that they made Caddy chubby because she's also one of my favorite characters that is pink because I love Jackalora and Caddy.
She's so pretty.
I know,
The
right?
reason I wanted to start with her is because she's probably the one I wanted to change the least. The main thing that I really wanted to redesign was her outfit. My main issues were that her clothes are a little hard to read, the silhouette especially. I also feel like having the big pink shoulder accessories are hard to differentiate from her hair at first glance. So, Caddy is a character that was first introduced in G1 in 2013 and appeared in the Boo York movie. She also had a love interest named Seth. She was a famous pop star who also happened to go to Monster High. A3, she is still a pop star, but unfortunately not much else has been shown on her character other than a first look of her in the show's style. Weirdly enough, I was not a big fan of G1 Caddy. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure she's a popular character, but I guess I never saw anything that made her unique from any of the other Werecat characters in G1. Like, her basic silhouette was the same as all the others. That is definitely something that G3 has done better, and I love her! Caddy's doll got a lot of hate when it was revealed, and while I'm not gonna get too into it, well,
Yeah, like just a lot of body shaming, and I really love this comment though. Like as a chubby person, I love how they made Caddy a different body shape in my opinion. Even though my favorite monster is Jackalora, I start to like Caddy too a bit. She's a little bit cute. Like in my opinion, like Jackalora and Caddy are my favorite. It like I don't know what's with me and like in characters and especially anime characters and characters from TV shows that have pink hair for real and like pink eyes and like pink clothes like if they have pink hair or pink eyes, bro, I will fall in love with them because that happened with Draculaura. Like when I first saw Draculaura, I just fell in love, bro. When Monster High was first released, and when me and Jay would be watching the movies, bro, I love Baidu Ghouls Fall in Love, and then 13 Wishes, and then Boo York, and I love Caddy. When I saw Boo York for the first time, I love Caddy. And I love the lore between Cleo and Deuce's relationship and dynamic more.
there's always room for constructive criticism about a design. If you're just gonna make fun of a doll's body type and say nasty,
Yeah, like to be honest, like that's not nice because people have those same body shapes. Like, why are you talking about never negatively and disrespectfully talking about a doll body shape when people have those body shapes. Like people are chubby, slim, curvy, skinny, and what if I talk what if I talk about them or you being skinny and how you look ugly and stuff being skinny and how like you must not eat much and stuff like that. Like that's disrespectful. Like I'm sure you guys don't want nobody to talk about your body type and body shape. Especially those people that were talking about Caddy, like I know they don't want to be disrespected by their body type and being called a skin and 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 being bullied for being skinny or slim.
Things about a body that a real person has. There's the door.
Yeah.
And don't let G3 Claudine hit you on the way out. But if you're a G3 Caddy lover like me, tell me in the comments, please. I'd love to see some Caddy positivity.
I
For my
know.
design, I wanted her outfit to be a very visually dynamic color from the rest of her, so I decided to go with a mainly white outfit. I also wanted to add little green accents to her design, like her eyes, mostly because green is often associated with luck, and she's a black cat. I thought it was clever at the time. I did keep her having the motif of stars and the number 13 because 13 is considered a lucky number, which I thought was a really good design choice. Fun fact, that's why a lot of buildings don't have a 13th floor. The more you know. I also wanted to give Caddy a bit of a higher ponytail to really help her silhouette, and so you'd be able to see the iconic ponytail from the front. I gave her this kind of half skirt thing to really help give her a unique look and shape in comparison to the other G3 dolls. And because she's a pop star, it's like a performance look for her, something that's super dramatic and striking, but not something that she'd wear every day. I'd love to see some casual wear caddies, but
Me
I
too.
figured for her core doll design, I should really focus on the pop star element of her.
I really love how she draw Caddy. Honestly, it looks like it looks exactly like the doll, and I love the outfit and the high ponytail and everything for her. And I personally think uh Venus and Caddy should have more more clothing dolls and more clothes like for their new dolls and stuff. And I want Caddy to wear like pretty cute stuff and also like green too because like I like the green accents. It looks pretty cute. Anyway, I feel like I feel like Caddy I just feel like Caddy would wear like something, like cute and casual, and also but still like glamorous to a certain point, but just pretty no formal and casual clothing for her to wear. Oh, and also other outfits for her performance and stuff like that. Ooh, I feel like she would wear like these bow dresses like with bow like the top is a bow and then like have bows on the back and hair and stuff and on her shoes too.
Character. I'm honestly really excited to see what future dolls Mattel will make for Caddy, because from what I've seen, they responded pretty well to criticism and have newer dolls that the fans really like. I'd love to see Caddy with some different performance outfits, like as if they were from different tours or something. But I'd also love to see her in just like a cute little autumn outfit or something. Please, Mattel, I'm begging you, just make another Caddy doll. So to add the final touches to her outfit, I add a faint little star pattern all around the white of her outfit, and then I also add a little bit of cheetah print to kind of give some variety, and so it's not just all white. And here is our lovely Caddy Noir. I love how she became skilled enough. I'd love to make this outfit for my Caddy.
No.
Next up, we have Miss Laguna Blue. Now, one of the main differences between old and new Laguna Blue is that she's pink. This was something that upset a lot of people, and I'll be honest with you guys, I used to hate Pink Laguna.
What? They can't make her pink.
Same. I used to hate Pink Laguna too, to be honest. Like, honestly, like, wanted, like, to be honest, like, I like the clear blue skin, like, to, like, down on, like, on her feet and hands and stuff. Don't mind my dad singing. Anyway, I just feel like it'd be great if, like, she was just, like, clear blue, because as somebody stated, the reason why they made Laguna pink is because the blue for the prototype wasn't working with them, and they decided to make her pink because it would market it would market girls more. But but I feel like I like the girl slash gal design for Laguna. I really love when people make her girl slash gal very much, because it just fits with her with her appearance and look, because she it looks like she had a tan to change her skin color or something. But in my personal opinion, I do like this look a lot, because I love girls. I love girls so much.
Her name is Laguna Blue.
But I realize now a big reason why they kept the name Blue was not to make her seem like a completely new character, and so they didn't have to trademark a new name. But while I disliked Pink Laguna in the beginning, I now realize she has a lot of potential. Once I looked at Laguna with an open mind, I knew immediately. Gyaru.
Yeah,
And I
Garu,
feel
bro.
absolutely
I love Garu so much. And it just suits her so well, like, especially Garu, because it comes with subcultures. There's a beach Garu, a Y2K Garu, I think, and other different types of Garus.
in love with this idea, and luckily it seems like a lot of people agreed with me. A unique
Yeah, look at them. Like, they look so fabulous. I just love them all. Honestly, they look so good, and it just fits so well.
characteristic of G3 Laguna is that she has these interesting blue gradients on her legs that, while I honestly think look really pretty, they do have this problem where the paint rubs off, so that is an unfortunate design issue. I'd honestly really like to see a Laguna that had like water in her legs.
Oh,
Like blue
same. To be honest, I love Novi Stars so much, bro. I used to buy the dolls.
water with little goldfish or dolphins in it. Kind of like the Novi Stars dolls.
Yeah.
Or those new Rainbow High ones, but I think it would make
I don't really like the new Rainbow High ones for real. And also I like the glass eyes more. I know they're not actual glass eyes, but still I call them glass eyes because they look glossy, and like it's just looking like look like glass, like you see through glass and stuff, and it just looks so cute and realistic.
sense on Laguna. And if it was just on the lower legs, you probably wouldn't have the issue with the paint since it's two different materials. But I totally get Mattel didn't want to do that. So for our Laguna, I really wanted to give her big hair as it's a very iconic part of Gyaru fashion.
I know,
And
right?
because I wanted
And like those girls look so cute. I love Garu.
some hairstyle diversity. One of the main criticisms I would give to G3 is that a majority of the dolls have long hair that really isn't in any unique hairstyle.
Yeah, to be honest, I just personally feel like with the hair, personally, like for the hair, in my opinion, I feel like they should have gave Frankie, Frankie they would look cute with short hair, like short flat hair, and then curl. I feel like Coraline would have much shorter curly hair. I really like it, and then look, and then Gulia. I feel like Gulia. My, in my opinion, since she is a gamer girl, I feel like I feel like she would have a short ponytail. A short ponytail would be so cute.
And there aren't really many different lengths. Luckily, they seem to be trying new stuff with the most recent ones, so I'm very happy about that. But for our core group, it's debatable. I also wanted to use a little bit less colors in Laguna's hair compared to her core doll because I felt it makes the top half of her design a little too busy, so I decided to just keep her hair mainly blue and yellow. I put her hair into this literal fishtail hairstyle because I thought it helped lean into the more sea creature aspect of her character, and because it reminded me of the weird tail thing that Equestria girls would do with their hair.
Yeah, for though, they like this will happen like when they get power ups, and then like their tail would become longer, like their main tail, like in just like the regular My Little Pony universe, but just in the My Little Pony universe in in Ponyville, it would just be like that for the ponies to to simplify that. But honestly, I feel like if they were going for humans, I just feel like give them human skin colors, in human natural human hair colors. They can have dye hair colors and stuff, but make them look more human. But if they were going for like a demi type of human, then give the unicorns a unicorn horn, for real. Give them a unicorn horn too. And also, uh I just feel like they should have removed it to represent their ponytail, their main tail, because I like it more when they just power up in their hair turns different colors. They have like different streaks of hair, different color streaks of hair, and I think that just look cute by itself.
I never understood this. Why does it do that? And I, of course, wanted to give her a cute swimsuit that still had a bit of creepiness to it in the fish skeleton bits on the top. And I gave her some chunky nails. This is probably the most nails I have ever drawn for a video. And I did decide to use the blue water filled with dolphins and goldfish idea on her shoes. She has water in her shoes. I get that this is a weird concept, but I do find it silly. I love it. I also made sure to keep the vibrancy that her G3 design has because I feel like it helps keep the original vibe of G3, especially since my design is pretty far off from the original G3 Laguna. And here is our girl Laguna. She may be my favorite of the video. I love how yummy she looks. She's like one of those frosty bouncy balls. You know the ones. Now we move on to the werewolf Claudine. Claudine is the new protagonist character of G3, which I think makes sense because Frankie was kind of the main of G1 and then Draculaura was for G2. G2. She looks like she's seen some things.
Yeah.
She took her kneecaps.
I know.
Let's maybe not talk about that. So, while G1 Claudine was a very confident, self-assured character, G3 Claudine is a little bit more nerdy. She's definitely more of a sillier character, which I do think is cute. They've added sculpted fur to her design, which I really like, especially
Yeah.
since in G1, the only thing that really showed she was a werewolf was her ears. She doesn't even have a tail,
Yeah.
which really confused me because creatures had tails.
Yeah, like all the other creatures that are like you know, mouths and stuff, and they're classified as rare creatures. They have tails, and like Claudine don't have a tail, like, and it's weird because her family like doesn't have a tail, like her older sister, her younger sister, and her brother don't have a tail in the original one. I think Claude do have a tail, I think, in G3. I'm not too sure.
I did give her a tail in my design. So, another big thing a lot of people didn't like about her design was her glasses. And in some of her more recent dolls, they skipped the glasses entirely, which I think is too bad because glasses on dolls can be really, really cute. I think the main problem with Claudine's was how thick and chunky they were. While this can look great on a person, on a doll, it can obscure too much of the face, and it can look like a big chunk of plastic on her head. So what I would do is give her thinner glasses that don't obscure her eyes as much. Since we're thinking in doll proportions, the lenses themselves would be pretty wide, but I think it's important to still think stylistically when working on a doll design. Fur is a big part of Claudine's designs for both generations, but I feel that G3's approach to fur fell into the problem of an indistinct silhouette again. With the fur jacket they gave her, she kind of looks like a purple blob, which isn't the most aesthetically appealing look. So I wanted to kind of shave off some of the fur on the jacket to help give it a more defined shape. But I also wasn't too sure about the purple. Claudine has a lot of purple in her design already, and I feel like this just makes her readability a bit muddled in the grand scheme of things. So I went with her secondary color, yellow. I was really worried this was gonna look weird and it looked like she was wearing...
Honestly, I would go with green, to be honest, since I just personally feel like a green and purple go together so well. In my opinion. Dang, my thing. It's on. But I need to charge my stuff up. I'm gonna charge this in a little bit since...
Pikachu jacket. How many Pikachus died for that? But I think it turned out pretty nice in the end. Then, like I said for Laguna, I wanted to do something a little more interesting with her hair. I didn't really like all the different shades of purple in her hair and felt it made her look a little too busy. And I thought that dark brown would help silhouette her face nicely. But I did keep some purple in these two braids. I also wanted to give her more textured hair, as this is something that I'd love to see in more dolls, Monster High especially, to give them some more individuality. And it looks so pretty on dolls.
Yeah.
Then for her shoes, I wanted to have more wolf motifs, so I added these claws near her heel and lots of spikes.
Yes.
I love putting spikes on Monster High designs. My favorite G3 Claudine doll is definitely Monster Ball because, I mean, just look at her. She's magnificent.
I also
These
love the
are
one
all
that I
the
bought
G3
too.
dolls I have. If you guys have any, please tell me in the comments. I'd love to hear about your favorites. On the doll, her glasses are held up by her little sculpted tufts of fur, which I found kind of weird because in reality it doesn't make sense how her glasses are staying on because she doesn't have human ears. It's kind of the how can they hear through the headphones situation.
Yeah.
So in my design, her glasses are actually held on by her wolf ears. You can't see it yet in the speed paint, but I promise you will. I'd honestly love for them to give her more dolls with glasses because of how customizable they are. Have glasses on each doll that had their own little unique designs and accessories on them. And the style of glasses could change depending on the theme of the doll.
Yeah.
There's so much experimenting they could do that I would love to see. I really like it when they experiment with animal print for Claudine, as
Yeah,
it
me
leans into the
too.
werewolf part of her character, so I wanted to add it to my design. I really like it when they use tiger stripes as the animal pattern for her because it reminds me a lot of like claw marks, and it helps to kind of give this sharpness to her design. I was kind of inspired by the way early Bratz fashion looked for Claudine. Personally, I'm
Yeah.
more of a Pinky Cooper person than a Bratz one, but I
Oh,
really
they look
like the
so
way Bratz
cute.
fashion had this very realistic look. Like, something that would be easier to see a real person wearing, but it still felt very visually appealing. I kind of wanted that vibe for Claudine, although of course her clothes are a little more wild, as that is the norm for Monster High. So I tried to meet in the middle of the two aesthetics while still keeping the look of a G3 Monster High doll. And with that, here's our ghoul
Be a
Claudine.
monster. Be
I
unique.
really
Be a
love the way her
monster.
face turned out. And I think she looks super cute. Toralei was the most difficult one for me to do because her G3 design wasn't really giving me anything to work with. The only thing that I can really say about her that's unique from her G1 counterpart is that she's British. So, at least in the beginning, Toralei is still an antagonistic character as she was in G1, and Draculaura is a witch in G3, so that creates some tension. From what I could get from her fashion-wise, she kind of had a punk vibe going on, so I kind of went with that. I had the idea of her having this kind of alley cat thing going on, so some of her clothes would be made of garbage. Kind of like the canceled doll line Trashy and Alley that had a similar gimmick. I've actually been considering doing a Trashy and Alley video, so if you guys are as interested in seeing Trashy and Alley designs as I am, definitely let me know. The fact that we could have had a mouse fashion doll line and didn't is such a crime. I gave her really short hair, even shorter than G1's, to help with the silhouette of each design, because like the other core dolls, she has this really long hair, and it's strange because in the show and the live action movie, she's got more of a bob going on. Originally going
I
for a
really like the
punk
curly
glam
hair.
look for her because I noticed a lot of her dolls had singing motifs in them, so I thought maybe that was the thing about her character. But
Yeah.
it wasn't really working, and I went back to more just the punk look. Gave her these heels where the heel of the shoe was a nail, and I honestly do really like that bit of the design. She's got soda can tabs on her shoes and on her chain, and a tuna can as a bracelet. Her little necklace ended up looking a lot like an Animal Jam, which I thought was pretty funny, so I kept it in. Toralei would definitely be one Animal Jam player that scams you out of all your rares.
Yeah.
In the second live-action movie, she has this scar that was from a witch who attacked her that I thought would be pretty cool to include, but in my final design, she's wearing long sleeves. But imagine if she rolled up her sleeve, you would see the scar. I also had the idea of her nails being like retractable claws and then it just grow whenever she wants. Do you guys like that idea?
Yeah,
That
I
one kind
like
of felt
it.
a little weird, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't too out there. Her pants are supposed to give the look of like a torn trash bag. I actually like the show design quite a bit. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I think I really like the face. I feel like she really works well in this style. I'm not gonna lie, I was struggling with this design. I don't know what it was, but there was just something that wasn't quite right. I think a big part of my problem was just that she was probably changed the least, other than being British, from her G1 counterpart. So I didn't have to work off of. It's always the mean girls. Why do they torture me so?
I
I'm
don't
working
know,
on the Monster
bro.
High
The mean
wiki
girls
right
be
now,
hot
and
though.
apparently Toralei blackmails people? Girl, what are you doing? She has almost no redeeming qualities? What? Okay, that's either a big exaggeration on the wiki writer's part, or oh my god. On the brighter side, she does have a pet tiger named Sweet Fangs. Aww. Similar to Claudine, I think Toralei's more recent dolls have definitely improved on her design. I especially like the yearbook one. G3 Toralei kind of gives me Descendants vibes.
Me too.
Like, I can totally imagine her jumping around while singing and spray painting things. I think I kind of subconsciously thought about that while doing this design, and so I think if I leaned into that a lot more, she'd look really cool. The Descendants outfits are kinda awful and gaudy,
Yeah.
but in a very charming way.
Yeah.
They look very unique, I'm not gonna lie. Gaudy outfits will never make me forgive what they did to Ever After High, though.
I know, right? They ruined Ever After
I've
High.
actually been
Why did it
considering doing a
happen?
video where I redesign the outfits and character designs from Descendants Rise of Red.
Yes.
Because I feel like there are some really neat concepts here. But I'm not sure if you guys are interested
I'm
in
interested.
Descendants at all. But
I'm
if you
interested.
are, definitely let me know because Maleficent needs some help with that horn wig thing.
Oh yeah.
But if you'd rather see an Ever After High video, I can totally do that too. Ever After High was somebody I also loved just as much as Monster High.
Me
ever
too.
did, so I would love to be able to revisit it.
Yeah, me
And
too.
here's Lorelai. This one
Yeah.
is probably my least favorite out of the designs.
It looks
But
good.
I'm not sure exactly what it is. I do like the trash motif a lot though. So those are all of
But
my G3
because
redesigns for this video.
maybe just because they haven't really changed her character that a lot, and also like she like almost looked the exact same like in the show and her dolls too. But I really love that Toralei has way shorter hair than than her than her twins slash sisters, because like the backstory of Toralei, she was a stray cat, and that and that she did what she could to survive in the original Monster High. In the in the original Monster High uh series, and then she was thrown in jail and met the twins, and they became sisters, and then I think they escaped jail, or like was free from jail. Yeah, they were free from jail because uh uh dang, I be forgetting her name. Uh oh my gosh, bro. I can't remember her name, but she she's the daughter of the headless horseman, and she's the principal of Monster High. And I be forgetting her name sometimes. I'm not sorry, but like I try to remember and pronounce her name right, but I can't, bro. I can't for some reason. But but she she adopted them, and you know, and make them make them students into Monster High, which is very nice, because I like the fact that Torlight and her sisters slash the twins were orphans, because that that makes sense of why she acts so bad and so mischievous and so awful to people and stuff, because like she was an orphan, and like nobody cared about her, and like nobody adopted her, which makes total sense. But I still do like her in G3, but I just feel like she's, I mean, I don't mind like parents like forcing their child to be evil and stuff, and to be better than everyone else, but like I wanted Torlight to do it, you know, I just want, Torlight to make her I want Torlight to make her own decision, to be honest, since I just feel like Torlight is just an independent character that doesn't follow anybody, doesn't, follow anybody or what they say and do. And that's one reason what I like about her from G1 is that she's pretty independent and don't listen to anyone of what they say about her or tell her what to do and stuff, because she's pretty rebellious and I really like that. So yeah. But I do like the ship between Claudine and Torlai. Like, I can't believe it's canon, bro. I love the ship, honestly.
This was really fun. I love doing anything doll related when I get the chance. So I was so excited to do this video ever since Ketty Noir was leaked. I'm super
Oh, hey,
curious to
cousin.
know who was your character out of the series. If a part 2 is something you guys really want to see, I'd love to try and get this video to 4K likes, so I know that's something that you guys are interested in. And if you are, definitely let me know who you'd want me to do. I'm considering Laura or Frankie, but if there's someone else, definitely let me know. I think my personal favorite is Laguna, but I think Claudine is a very close second. I also want to give a huge thank you to you guys. We're almost at 20,000 subscribers, and I am in shock. I honestly can't believe that you guys like my art as much as you do, and you're all so amazing for every video.
Ooh.
So, thank you guys so.
I love Derpy. I love Derpy.
Yes, I won't be making my famous bread.
Oh, hey, cousin. Did you hear me talk about Tor and her backstory and how I feel about Torlai and Monster High G3? Because, like, if you haven't heard how I feel about Torlai and G3 and then Torlai's original backstory in G1, then rewind a little bit and I would tell you about it if you rewind the video, I will explain it. But yeah, I really like Torlai. But I want I want Torlai to be an independent person like she was in G1, since she gets so much pressure from her mom to be, the popular mean girl, since her mom do run the school. But I really do like how Torlai was an orphan and she was so rebellious and independent of surviving on her own, and it's just sweet to see Mount Gotham, the daughter of the headless horseman, adopting her and the twins that are her adopted sisters, and let them stay in Monster High. And like, I just like how she's so independent and won't listen to anyone and do stuff her own way. And like, even though sometimes she do nice things, she mostly do bad stuff. And I just like how she's very mischievous, and I really want that for G3 Torlai. But besides her mom like pushing her, pushing her to be a popular girl and to run the school, you know. But I really do ship Torline and Claudine together. They make a good couple, and I really love them. They just make a great couple.
Text everyone to cancel.
Hey everybody, it's Dolly. It's time
for more My Little Pony redesigns. Yeah! Today we're going to do some of the side characters. I put up a poll asking which ones you wanted, and these were the 4 that won. So instead of the usual 3, we're going to be doing all 4 ponies, because you can't really split Celestia and Luna apart. So, let's start out with our first redesign. Derpy, aka Muffins, aka Ditsy Doo, is most well.
Yeah, I love Derpy. I can't wait for this design of Derpy. I love Derpy a lot, and I just love calling Derpy, and like referring Derpy as to Derpy Who's and Muffins and Bubbles. I really love Derpy a lot, and one thing that is relatable to me and Derpy is that me and like some of my cousins, well, they have cross eyes, but when I was younger, I used to have cross eyes when I was very young, like 3 or 2 or 4, and then I would wear prescription glasses to keep my eyes being straightened, since I would be since like I think I would be uh I think like my eyesight when I was cross-eyed it'd be a little wonky, since like sometimes when people are cross-eyed their vision can be wonky and stuff, and like that's how they portrayed it Derpy, and like other characters that are cross-eyed in different medias, and also like people were controversial, like a lot of parents were controversial about Derpy because she was cross-eyed and disabled, and like people assume the word derpy as a term for the R slur, as a term for slow, and the R slur, and like it like I mean, like, some people use the word derpy for the R slur, but mostly, like, derpy just means silly and goofy, facial expressions and stuff like that, but it don't actually mean that word. It don't actually mean that slur, but some people use it in that way to refer to people look that are cross-eyed and disabled, and look silly, to be derpy, and refer and like they referred and like the people that say that stuff refer the refer the derp refer the word derpy as the R slur, and they also say the R slur with the word derpy. But the meaning derpy don't actually mean that slur. It's just people just use it like that when it actually don't mean that. So yeah.
Known for her crossed eyes, which were originally an animation error. I really like her pony design, but her Equestria Girls design does that thing that Rainbow Dashes does, where it has the exact same hair as the pony form. And the green looks a little bit strange. So for my redesign, I wanted it to kind of match her bubbly personality. And I wanted to incorporate the fact that she is a mailman or mail mare in the pony world into her design. But I didn't want her to have a uniform that would be boring in the sense of a fashion doll, so I instead went with a very more casual mailman kind of look. Like, all she really needed to have was a tie and a hat, but other than that, she could just accessorize however she wanted. So she still has the silhouette of a mailman, but she's also still interesting enough to be a doll. For some reason, I really wanted to give her a clear plastic hat and jacket. I really like it when figures do this, and I feel like it's a really smart design choice because it adds to the silhouette, but it also doesn't obscure whatever would be usually obscured if it wasn't clear. For her colors, I really wanted to go with what her original pony design already had. She has yellow hair, so I wanted to add a lot of yellow accents, and her skin is a kind of grayish blue, so I also wanted to add a lot of blue. I added a bunch of details that'll be easier to see in the final reveal, like she has little charms on her bracelet that are a muffin and an hourglass to reference her friendship with Dr. Who's. She also has a very tiny muffin on her flip phone. While I was looking for pictures of her, I kind of forgot that her cutie mark was supposed to be bubbles, and for some reason I thought it was muffins. And I don't know why I was so confused for a second. I guess it's because muffins are such a big part of her character, and people usually reference them with her, that I thought that it was her cutie mark. But no, it's Bubbles. I definitely think she's one of the cutest I've done, but she's also one of the biggest deviations from the original.
I really love it.
There's always one character whenever I'm doing redesigns that is just inexplicably hard. In the past, it was Twilight. And yes, by the way, I do know that I drew her with 6 fingers. I fixed it, I swear. The thing about Sunset is, I don't hate her original design. The only thing I can really say for her is that I wish that her hair was like how it is in its pony form. That was the only thing for certain that I knew I wanted to change. Everything else was just kind of nitpicky. Her skirt matches her skin color a little bit too much. She's got a yellow stripe that doesn't match any of the other yellows in her design. But there was nothing that stuck out to me too terribly. And I think that was most of my problems, is that I couldn't find what I didn't like, so it was a little bit hard to try and figure out what I would like to do instead. She easily took up 70% of the time it took to do all 4 of these characters. I wasn't really sure what theme I should go with for her because, of course, she's a mean girl with a leather jacket. But other than that, that's not too much to go off of. I was originally going to go with a very glam rock look for her because I thought, she kind of looked like a gem in the holograms kind of girl. I also thought the 80s look could maybe be a signifier of, she wasn't really from this world, and so she's a little bit behind the times. But I decided that that was better for just Twilight to have, and she is supposed to be kind of the it girl. So I wanted...
Bro. Bro, I was talking to you about Derpy. You totally did you hear the conversation that I was having about Derpy? Because I was having a conversation about how parents were being controversial and saying that Derpy is problematic and stuff, and that okay. Okay. Just wondering.
her to be a little more modern. So I decided to scrap the outfit and go with more of a biker look, which I definitely think was a better move. It also let me keep her original silhouette of the leather jacket and boots, which, while I don't like every single character having boots in the original, I do think that it works for her. I was originally going to use a lot of purple in the design, but then I decided that it would be better if I did a kind of teal green to match her eyes. I also decided to add 2 burn marks to her wrist from when she was turned into a demon in the first movie. It's also something that I think Sci-Twi would have since she also got turned into a demon, and I also gave her horse pupils inside of her regular pupils to signify that she's from the pony world just like regular Twilight. And to signify she was once Celestia's pupil, I gave her a little headband that my Celestia redesign has. I also did a tiny redesign on her demon form. And here's Sunset Shimmer. I will never be able to explain how difficult this design was, but I am actually really happy with how it turned out. Okay, so these 2 might actually be my least favorite designs. How do you go from this to this? Not even the same characters. Like, how do you go from Princess Celestia with her magic hair to this? And I guess her being super tall in the pony world just translated to her having the longest legs ever. And Luna, it's not even the same colors. And as far as I remember, she's the only character that they do this to. It's not even like these colors are more appealing. I don't get it at all. Okay, so first things first, we have to bring back the big hair. I don't know why I decided to go with this kind of undefined, shapeless blob for the hair, because as ponies, they are some of the most marketable characters, but they decided to make them the most unmarketable when they became humans. They knew this because their dolls don't look anything like the movie. Maybe because they thought that they were in the adult principles, that they wouldn't be appealing anymore. And is it just me, or does anybody else find it really weird that, then they're teenagers in the human world. So then is Twilight Sparkle an adult going to high school? I think what I would have done is I would have taken the idea of the friendship school from the later seasons and changed that into Equestria Girls. And it would kind of be like Hogwarts for college students, if that makes sense. And Princess Celestia and Luna were more like Dumbledore than random principals. And maybe that's why Sunset Shimmer goes there, because there's all this knowledge about friendship that she could use. And that's why she steals Twilight's crown, because she's the princess of friendship, and she can use it to harness all of the friendship power. And maybe that could better explain why they're still able to harness the magic after Twilight leaves, because the school is just so full of friendship, and they might even start learning about friendship magic after she leaves. I don't know, I just feel like personally that would fit them better and make it to where they didn't have to be teenagers and they could still all be young adults. As for Celestia and Luna, I definitely wanted to keep the kind of regal princessy look for them. I didn't want to put them in dresses because they all have hair that isn't terribly defined, that if I were to put them in dresses, it might make the silhouette a little bit harder to read. And of course, I kept Luna's colors the same as it is in the pony form. And here they are. I like them a lot. Now that all three are finished, we can look at them all together and see the finished result.
Class dismissed. Your time is. Class. Don't spend it in courses you've already taken.
All together, see the finished result.
This is so beautiful. I really love them a lot. Ooh, I love it.
So those are all four of my third batch of My Little Pony Equestria Girl redesigns. These were a little bit more challenging to do because they're not the main six, so they're not as incredibly defined as the others are. And by that, I mean little extra tidbits that I could add that really felt like it was them. Like Derpy having a Doctor Who's charm, and Princess Luna liking the 80s aesthetic, which I actually didn't know video. Thank you so much to everybody for liking this series so far. It's especially fun for me because My Little Pony and Equestria Girls is something that I've liked for a long time.
I know, right?
Definitely let me know in the comments which one was your favorite, and maybe if you liked the idea that I had of it being more like Hogwarts. Maybe not totally like Hogwarts, but I think you get what I mean. Until then, thank you, and goodbye!
So cute. Well, cousin, this is the last video for today. Live stream Friday and Saturday this week. So I hope I can see you there Friday and Saturday. But oh, why you sad? Do you want to see another video? You want to see another video? Okay, just okay, just one. Five Nights at Freddy's, since this month is Five Nights at Freddy's. Yay!
Boo. Hello everybody, Freddy Fazbear time! I wasn't sure what video I wanted to do next, so I let you guys vote between Monster High redesigns, Equestria Girl redesigns, or Five Nights at Freddy's redesigns. And obviously, Five Nights at Freddy's won. Equestria Girls came in second, so I'll probably think about doing that one next. So the challenge was to redesign the Five Nights at Freddy's characters from the first game, but if they were animatronics in the 1950s. So I got to designing the layout pretty quickly, and I started out with Chica because I had the best idea for her vividly in my mind, which was her wearing a kind of 1950s apron with like a heart shape and little ruffles on it, you know, like this kind. And I was kind of continuing on my way until somebody said it looked a lot like Goldie Pheasant from Rockadoodle.
Wow, I need a minute to think about this.
I decided that maybe going with a more anthropomorphic look wasn't good, and I decided to more model them off of the Country Bears from the Country Bear Jamboree. For those that don't know, the Country Bear Jamboree is a show in the Disney parks that's only animatronics, and in that show that they usually sing songs and perform little skits. If I go to Disney, I always have to go to the Country Bears. We will not leave until we see the Country Bears. So I scrapped the original design and decided to make them look a lot more cute and soft and more like animals than actual people. Bonnie actually lends himself really easily to the 1950s art style, and probably one of the ones that I had to change the least. All I really did was give him some extra frills in some places and have his ears laid down instead of up, so he would look softer and more gentle, and just so it didn't obscure so much of the drawing. Foxy, on the other hand, was definitely the hardest. I wasn't sure if I wanted to add a bandana on top of his ears there, just because I thought it would make him look more like a pirate and make him look more vintage, but I decided that it just messed with his original design too much, and he started looking less like Foxy and more like a fox pirate. So I had never noticed this before I started drawing Foxy, but did anybody else ever see that the original Foxy design, his eye patch strap goes into his... I had never seen that before, so it was really weird that I'd never noticed it. I also decided that I should make him damaged like he is in the actual game. I originally wasn't going to and make it more like a poster that you would see in the place, but I decided that him being damaged was just too iconic with his character design, so I had to keep it. I also did get rid of the bandana on his head. For Chica, I kept the original idea I had of having her with the heart 1950s frilly apron because I thought it just went really well with her character design, and just overall it looked like something Chica would probably wear instead of the bib. I also gave her a little white frilly dress because it kind of harkened back to her bib that she wears in the original design, and I thought she looked better with a dress and an apron instead of just an apron. And of course I had to add her little cupcake. Freddy was probably the second easiest because the Country Bear Jamboree, it's bears. So I had tons of designs to choose from. But Henry in the Country Bear Jamboree show looks almost just like what Freddy would look like in like the 70s or 50s. So I heavily modeled him after Henry from the show. Now I start to add the color, and I'm heavily referencing all of the old Country Bear Jamboree color palettes and just general kitschy 1950s like Valentine's cards. One thing I will say, if you're trying to replicate the 1950s art style, always do blending with your colors and your general shading, because from what I noticed, they almost never have solid colors. So if you're trying to make something look authentically vintage, I would do a lot of blending, but not too much to where all of the colors just kind of mesh together and there's not any real definition. Something for doing gingham patterns, if you don't want to actually do the gingham pattern, you can always look up a pattern on Google and then just take the pattern and kind of retrofit it onto whatever you're trying to do, whether it be an apron or a shirt or a tablecloth. That's one of the ways to get it the most consistent. Something for people who are trying to render bows really well, one thing I will say is if it's a black bow, don't do a gray or something like that. Instead, the highlights, they should be blue. Because usually whenever you look at the reflection of an actual bow, it's usually something that's not quite the exact color. Like maybe if it's a purple bow, it's a little bit of a pink, or if it's a red bow, it's a little bit of an orange.
Oh, we got
Basically, instead of just using the same color but a little bit lighter, use whatever color is next to it on the color wheel and then brighter. Same thing can be said when you're trying to get that vintage feel when you're shading things like fur or clothing. Usually you should go with whatever's next to it on the color wheel and then brighter, because then it has a lot more dynamic color range instead of everything just being like it.
I really like Chica and Bonnie, to be honest. They look so adorable and cute. Like, you can tell, like, Bonnie would just jam, jam out to it to his, oh my gosh, I can't speak, to his guitar and just sing, and just be singing, and just Chica with baked sweets and pizza and other stuff. Well, Foxy would just be playing with the kids and probably probably tell them pirate stories.
But a little bit brighter. It's hard to explain, but when you see it, you can definitely tell the difference.
What about Freddy? What about Freddy? I would say about Freddy. I would say that I would say Freddy is that type of good singer, like that good black singer from like the 80s and 90s. Like that type of singer, that type of good singer. And bro, I feel like Freddy's voice would be kind of deep, and like, man, his voice would probably be so attractive, and like and like people watch him for hours and hours, and like he would probably be complimenting people and stuff, and just be so welcoming. And it and like, I feel like if you give Freddy I feel like if you give Freddy a hug, that he would hug back, bro. Like, he would hug you so gently and softly that you would just like feel the love that he's giving to you in the hug, to be honest. Like, that's how I feel. Like, I just feel like Freddy is like probably like the most caring person next to Chica, to be honest. Like he just give me like a big, big gentle giant energy about Freddy. Like, Freddy just feels like that big gentle giant that wants to be friends with everybody and wants to show everybody that he's not that scary, you know? He looks so gentle, and he's so cute. Like, I would definitely hug Freddy and kiss him.
Barbie, you know? And then I just add a little bit of border, which this border isn't necessarily 1950s, but something about the Country Bears is that when they would have borders around things, it almost looks more 1800s and kind of Victorian age. That's probably not exactly right, but I think you get the general idea of what I'm talking about. So I do a border that looks older than the actual 1950s, so it looks like the 1950s trying to replicate something older. That, Freddy and the gang are completely finished. So yeah, that's my Five Nights at Freddy's 1950s designs. I'm a really big fan of the Country Bears, obviously, so I was really excited when I got to do this. If there's another one that you want me to do, like maybe FNAF 2 in the Country Bear style, or maybe another style like Don Bluth or something, definitely let me know. And for the My Little Pony Equestria girls, which ponies are it that you want to see? I'm definitely going to do Rarity, but if you want to see like Twilight or Applejack, definitely let me know in the comments. That's pretty much gonna be about it for this video. Thank you, and goodbye. Oh wait, actually, you can buy this as a print on my imprint store. Okay, now goodbye.
It's so cute. Wait, hold up. Because I want to see, because, Friday, I want to show you guys another speed paint, and this is the exact speed paint what I want to show Friday, or Saturday. This exact video, I want to show you guys this exact video of this speed paint Friday or Saturday, but probably and most likely Friday though. But we're gonna watch this speed paint Friday, so yeah. I need to put it into my watch history, so I won't forget, because I be forgetting. So yeah, so yeah, these two videos we're gonna watch Friday, and then go back to our playlist. So I'll see you guys Friday and Saturday this week. So I'm so happy that I'll see you again soon, and I have to take my shower. So bye. I hope you have a good night, day, afternoon, and that everything would be okay, and keep trusting in Father Heaven to make things right for us, since He is the righteousness and He knows what to do, and He brings light and hope and love into our lives every single day. Bye bye, guys. Your boy Miller is out. Love you all. Bye, cousin. Bye, cousin. I love you too. Hold up, let me text you. Love you too. There's gonna be a lot of purple hearts. Good night. I'm gonna put more purple hearts. Bye, cousin. I love you.